This is a clouds weather alert.
Good early Friday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, tracking a tornado warning right now toward parts of southeastern Alabama and towards southwestern Georgia. That's why we're really making sure we come on the air here pretty quick because, of course, two of our counties in our viewing area under this tornado warning till 5:30 Eastern time, early in Seminole, at least a sliver of them. So let's go ahead and get folks into shelter here. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for a wide area, as you saw, in toward that pink zone there all the way to 11 a.m. Eastern, and gonna have more potential here as we're looking ahead. But rotation right now on this is in southeast Alabama and Houston County. But we're going to be watching the progression of this here over the next little bit in toward northwestern Seminole and southwestern early. So at about 4:56 Eastern time, at least, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Taylor near Dothan, moving east about 35 miles an hour. So this will be there into Georgia here in just a little bit. So we're just going to continue to watch things very closely here. Just going to continue to track the situation. It's just all about trying to keep you safe here. And let's go ahead and zoom on over here towards some other areas on the map. So you can see another severe thunderstorm warning popping up to the south. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in the north. This one to the south, the potential for some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we're just going to have to monitor things down here. So I just kind of stay tuned for the latest in that regard. There's even a tornado warning further out toward the west. But storms moving east at 75 miles an hour there that are kind of on the left side of that screen. And that accent like toward Crestview here. That's what that warning's for. All the way in southwestern areas of southwest Georgia. That's how fast these storms are moving. That warning goes to 6:30 Eastern time. A warning further up into toward Georgia here. We're talking about that warning going into 5:45 a.m. Eastern time. So talking about Miller and Clay counties in Georgia, Randolph and Calhoun and northern Seminole and early in Quitman. So 4:46 a.m. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Georgetown to 7 miles west of Blakely to 10 miles southeast of Ashford, moving northeast about 50 miles an hour and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail a possibility in toward that polygon. So again, just going to be watching here. Just going to be tracking things. I know you can see around Blakely there. We're watching the scenario very carefully. We're just going to keep on looking here at what we're dealing with. I know further down here toward the south, that's where we have the possible tornadic circulation. We're going to go ahead and keep looking there. That might be indications of debris. Let's kind of check the timestamps here. I know it's always important to do that. It's possible that could be the beginnings of some type of debris signature. I know we have a notch on the radar there. So we got to be really careful in that regard if we're tracking things there in towards southeastern Alabama. So that moves in towards southwestern Georgia and our viewing area. So again, watching this tornado warning. I'll go ahead and zoom back out a little bit of Blakely. They're already getting some very heavy rain, so keep in mind, I know you have some more action even in Alabama that could have even stronger wind coming, and this is where more of the wind is back here, not as much up here, but we still could have some pretty nasty weather up toward the east and then toward Miller County have storminess, but again, the worst is yet to come here with this possible tornado. So, and it's now confirmed tornado located there near Cottonwood, moving east about 40 miles an hour. So again, we're just gonna keep tracking this. This is right there near State Road 53. I get a tornado on the ground apparently. We're gonna just keep on looking at the scenario. I'm gonna go ahead and look back over toward the west here. I know we're just gonna see here over toward Okaloosa County. What's going on there. I know that's a possible tornado around State Road 4 there. Rotations tight on that, so that's going to be something to watch there. Those embedded rotations we look ahead later on. But right now it's a confirmed tornado toward Houston County, Alabama, moving in toward Arley and Seminole in Georgia. So that's a heads up. I mean, as we're kind of tracking this here, I'm going to try to get an idea of the movement. And you'll be able to kind of see here, kind of moving west to east. So we're just gonna keep going here, keep on watching the trends. It's just important to do that here this morning. And let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips. I know we don't have a formal tornado watch, but we have a tornado warning, which obviously is even more serious here at this point in time. So here's those tips. I know under the tornado warning, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, something toward that regard. So something like that. So just try to keep an eye on the situation. Just be really careful here when we're dealing with stuff like this. I know. Again, that's your tornado safety tips right now. Again, we're just gonna go ahead, excuse me, and try to switch back on over toward another mode here. We're just gonna try to switch back on over toward the broad view, and let's let you guys know what's happening. You can kind of see a severe thunderstorm watch here in play until about 11 a.m. But in severe thunderstorm watches, you can occasionally have tornadic activity, like what we're literally seeing right now in Houston County, Alabama. A confirmed tornado on the ground there, based on our debris detection product. So again, not what you want to hear about there. The debris is still evident. If I'll switch back over, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's your tornado debris right here, just north of Cottonwood. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now, just north of Cottonwood. That's where we're dealing with things. So again, we're just going to be really careful. I know that purple area in there, let's kind of check that. I know that kind of went away. We just want to make sure, yeah, that's not debris. That was not a debris ball in the purple area. There's a debris signature, but if it was in the purple area, that indicated a stronger tornado. But that's not what we're seeing right now. Not a really strong tornado, but still winds 200 miles an hour. I mean, we're talking about winds already 60 to 70, but then if it's thunderstorm warning, but then these tornadoes could add to that, making winds more of a factor down toward the surface, maybe upward of about 100 miles an hour. A possibility. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here, trying to let you know exactly what's going on. Again, we're just gonna keep on looking here, keep on tracking the scenario. I know, I'll go ahead and zoom out. You can see Arley County. We're tracking things. We're tracking things toward Miller County. Again, important to do that. I'll go ahead and zoom back out. And then zoom over toward the west. There, northwest of Crestview. We're watching things carefully. So that's something to kind of follow. Again, just kind of continuing to watch the situation here. I'll go to the broad view. I know there's a new mesoscale discussion that's coming out here. I know that tornado warning is still continuing till 5:30 for a slew of Arley and Seminole. It's 4:30 in the central time zone there where the tornado actually is, though, in Houston County in Alabama. The tornado moving east at 40 miles an hour. It's located near Cottonwood. You can see that mesoscale discussion here. I know a new watch will probably become necessary as this moves closer. Even later toward north central Florida, this stuff's moving pretty quick compared to what we generally see. and then I'll see the risk past 8 a.m. You see an enhanced risk now for areas like Lake City, Stark, Jacksonville, Gainesville, for that wind damage concern. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Enhanced risk, not for the tornado threat, that's marginal, hail's marginal, but for the wind, it's a 3 out of 5 danger. So just make sure you're paying attention in that regard here. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're kind of dealing with here as we speak. And I'm going to go ahead and switch on over to the other mode here. Again, just trying to give you the very latest. Again, that circulation's still in Alabama for now. It's still a few minutes away from Georgia. So we're at 5:13 right now. Let's take a break real quick. I'll catch my breath. And we're back here by about 5:20 to continue our tornado coverage. So tornado warning for part of our area, yes, but the circulation hasn't moved in. Now, if we get a circulation in our area before then, that prompts a tornado warning. We'll jump back in immediately. But otherwise, be back at about 5:20 here this morning to try to protect you, your friends, your family here in this adverse weather situation. So tornado warning continues to report to early and Seminole until 5:30. But the circulation hasn't moved in yet. So there's thunderstorm warning for a much broader area, southwest Georgia. That goes until 5:45, but we'll have many more, no doubt, across the region. Our area might end up being under severe thunderstorm warning before it's all said and done. We're talking about this event, and then 6:30, we're talking here, this event thunderstorm warning that just starts to clip southwest Georgia. So be back soon with more information. See you in about 5-6 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at 5:20, tracking that tornado warning, that circulation moving out of Alabama into Georgia here in short order. Just trying to keep everybody safe here, of course, as things do progress. I know we did just get a report of hail there in toward Miller County, upward of about tennis ball size. A little surprising it was that big, but that's what a public report says there. 3 miles west of Harmony Church Road, reported 2.5-inch size hail. That's West Sheffield and Highway 27. So, kind of telling that story here for sure. Pretty intriguing to hear that as the situation does evolve on us. So, again, let's go ahead and kind of broaden the view though and see that severe thunderstorm watching that pink area. That's till 11 a.m. Conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms ending close to the watch area. I know we're just going to be watching the progression of things here, and then also let me give you guys an idea. Of course, when we talk about our covered area, of course we're on the internet, but we focus on 62 counties. I mean, anybody can watch, and we're on for national concerns from time to time here when they're really severe. But Early and Seminole counties, those are within our viewing circle. We're always on for any tornado warning storm moving through our 62 counties. Have been on for every single one that's moved through our covered area since late 2019. So again, just trying to let you guys know the very latest there. Again, just trying to give you the updates here to protect you, your friends, and your family. And just go ahead and switch back on over here right now. I know I've been going between a couple radars. This is the Fort Nova still, formerly known as the Fort Rucker radar there. And we're watching this. It looked weaker. You didn't really see near as much of a circulation. We had a debris signature out there to the west, and I really don't see anything too crazy now. So we're just going to keep monitoring the situation. Again, very important there. Just very important to do that. I know Mother's Day weekend's coming up, and thankfully the weather will be getting better for that as we look across the region. We didn't have a formal update late last night, but at least weather will improve temporarily for that. It will start to get nasty again, though, as we start our next work week. So that's something to keep in mind. I mean, as we look toward Monday there and Tuesday, going to be talking, especially Tuesday, looking pretty wet here, unfortunately. So it's kind of an interesting pattern for maybe we don't always see this much rain around here, but in this month, but looking like a pretty wet one this year. Talking about many spots getting a lot of precip. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. Just trying to give you the latest. Again, trying to check through everything. Even if they let this severe thunderstorm warning go here, this tornado warning go, the severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect here, no doubt. I mean, getting out hail to be that big in size there, that's a pretty serious report as we're looking over some of the different communities. So, again, just going to watch the progression of things here. I know, backing things up a little going forward. Just trying to let you know exactly what our storylines are here. Let me go ahead and just keep looking at things. I know. Just going through all the different modes here on the Doppler technology. We're just going to go ahead and keep looking. Just keep tracking. And I'm getting a report of a tree down in Alabama in Dale County, County Road 72, and then another one there on County Road 33. So that kind of tells the weather story here this morning. All this nasty weather moving on in and causing some problems here. Just got even think about turning those devices up here and ahead of these concerns. So again, I just kind of follow everything that's going on. Now, already in the state of Florida, just talking about the western Florida panhandle is really adding, into this factor. 16,000 customers in the dark there, according to Power.us. And then in Georgia, a little over 14,000. I know Not seeing too many of those reported in our area yet, but that'll probably change. Some of those areas that are first getting this weather that's so nasty, a little more rural. Definitely a little bit more rural. So that's kind of a storyline as we're looking at things. Okay, new tornado warning, but that's out of our area for now. Walton and Washington counties. Let's go ahead and kind of look here what we're dealing with. So got some rotation there. It's further back, actually. Okay, further back here. I know there's some different areas you have to kind of look at, but that area further back is what prompted that tornado warning. So definitely some cause for concern there. As the situation does evolve on us, it's just all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family. So again, let's just keep you safe here. Just looking through everything. I know it's just interesting getting a report there around Eglin Air Force Base, gusts 59 miles an hour. So that's further back. It's going to be a nasty morning here. This is the more nasty activity. You see all these gusts there. Like, as we're talking about 50 to 59 miles an hour being reported out there and tornado warning and the like. So still got a ways to go. I mean, the hail to 2.5 inches, so pretty substantial there in toward Miller County. Again, I'm going to go ahead and keep looking. My hail tracker wasn't picking up on that very good, so I'll be curious to see the formation of the hail. Sometimes it will get to like 2.5 inches, but it's a weird formation to actually do that. So I'll be curious to see because that hail, our hail tracker, I'm not really picking up on that to the level that we would expect. By the way, that's not a confirmed tornado toward what looks like Walton / Washington counties there. Not a confirmed tornado on the ground. So let's go ahead and keep looking at some things here. It's pretty clear. Not terrible looking, but it's a tornado on the ground there south of Mossy Head in the Florida Panhandle. Not our area, but that's what you're talking about here. When we're talking about a debris signature, that's what we're looking for. So again, just trying to let you know exactly what we're dealing with. Trying to give you that heads up here. Now this stuff again moving more west to east compared to what we dealt with yesterday. A little more traditional in terms of the overall flow, the movement of the storminess. So just something to kind of keep in mind there. Again, just trying to keep you up to date, obviously here in toward the weather center. So again, we're at 5:29. That tornado warning goes for another minute there for part to early and Seminole. Didn't look as well defined on our last scan. Not as tight there. Further back, though, I mean, you have that tornado that's on the ground there, southwest of Definiac Springs. We'll have to watch this line for more of those concerns as we look ahead and toward the timeline. Again, that's moving east to 70 back there. I know. As we get further off here toward the east, this tornado warning storm, well, it was moving east at 40, so I know some of that stuff back out west might kind of try to catch up here a bit, so that could kind of make that a little bit more dominant here as we're looking. That's what the models were kind of showing to some degree here. So we'll just kind of keep our eyes out for that. But I know you have the severe weather watch, severe thunderstorm watch here further west, but further east you have a wind risk later on. Another risk further west, but this is after 8 a.m. with our outlook is so on. That just kind of shows you the extension of the potential danger here later on this morning. So just gotta stay weather aware. It's gonna be a long morning here in the weather center. So I know at least that tornado warning has gone away for now in southwestern Georgia. The tornado warning has gone away for now in our covered area. We're just still gonna keep watching things. We're just gonna keep tracking them here. I know, let's kind of zoom in a little bit more here. I know we can go to half-hour updates if we don't have a tornado warning on our hands in our area or just some really destructive wind gust type situation set up on the Doppler. But no, some of this severe thunderstorm warning is not as nasty as in other areas like Randolph and Calhoun, not as bad. But saw this lightning down toward Early and Miller counties, I suspect, and you can kind of see it more wind energy down there, likely getting down toward the surface. So that's just something to keep our eyes on here for sure. I know we're just gonna kind of keep looking at things. Probably get an extension on this morning, further off toward the east. We'll have to watch. So that hail being reported there, like we've alluded to, that's cause for concern. Again, let's look back to the west here. More of this wind energy coming on in. I know there's a warning at 6:30 for parts of Seminole County, but yeah, this warning here goes to 5:45 further up. So, I mean, if for some reason they don't issue an extension on this, they don't issue an extension. I mean, we're talking about a situation here where we'll have at least a significant weather advisory, but I would think they'll probably extend this further on over. So, again, we're just going to keep on looking at the scenario here, keep on checking it, keep on trying to give you the very latest. So, again, that's kind of where we're at right now. So, 5:32 is the time. So, I know that warning likely will get extended on over. I mean, areas like Camilla and Bainbridge here could be some of those areas that get added to a new severe thunderstorm warning that would take us into the next hour. So heads up for you guys, turn your devices up and toward those communities. Gotta be really, really careful. Gotta be really careful as you're tracking the situation here. Again, just trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening. Important to do that. Let me go ahead and kind of see another view of this. I mean, temperatures, look at those 70s here on the board. Definitely pretty warm here. Tornado parameters aren't too high. Super second probably a little bit higher further out to the west. And then you have quite a bit of energy closer into Florida counties. So we'll see. Maybe that might help with some of our northern South Florida counties not getting in as nasty as severe weather we South see. With the energy focus south, that might kind of force a bigger threat to be toward the south, but then that means, like, as you saw, the enhanced threats like Stark and Jacksonville and Gainesville and Lake City might get it pretty nasty here later on this morning. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Maybe why we're getting the hail a little bit bigger in South Florida, since you have just a little bit cooler air up that way. Not that much cooler, but that kind of would explain things a little bit. So unless we get another tornado warning in our covered area, we really see a big jump in the winds here. Some really significant indications of higher and severe weather in our covered area before 6 a.m. We'll come back here at the top of the next hour there, going half hour type update for the time being, but we can always go wall to wall or more continuous here like we do in many cases here. Obviously, if it's a local tornado warning, we'll jump back in immediately. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date. I see you back at the top of the next hour unless conditions warrant me to come back sooner. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings remaining in effect in our western counties. Damaging winds, some large hail concerns right now. Got to watch weak rotation. And a severe thunderstorm watch is in play to 11 a.m. Further out. But really, that timeline might be kind of sped up a little bit as we have this action move very quickly, even toward parts of north central Florida here. And then we'll be watching maybe for some action later in the day, but probably a lesser threat with that, but we'll have to still stay tuned.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, 6 a.m., trying to give you another update on the severe weather situation. You see the thunderstorm watch in the pink area here still for a while. I know we have a threat further east here. That's going to evolve pretty quick this morning. But our focus right now is that severe thunderstorm warning that includes the Bainbridge area. I know we were giving you a heads up here in our last update. Well, Bainbridge, you're starting to get into some of this. Some of the worst of this there in toward Decatur County right now. Some of it actually maybe even a little bit more magnified in terms of the impact just north of town. As we're looking at things there, maybe just east of State Road 253 and not too far west there of State Road 97. And even there, as you look toward this area right here, that is a little bit of weak rotation south of Bainbridge. So there's a lot going on. I'll have to watch that here carefully and see if they need to go to the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, with a localized tornado warning. But quite a bit going on in here. Let me read you the text of this warning. You saw a couple on the screen here a little while ago. It's for Decatur, Grady, Eastern, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Thomas, Southeastern, Seminole, Western Colquitt counties until about 6:45. At 5:37, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles southwest of Leesburg to near Colquitt, 8 miles northeast of Marianna, moving east about 65 miles an hour. Newton, Bainbridge, Moultrie, Thomasville, Cairo, Pelham, Camilla, Doran, Ocklackney, Coolidge, Wiggum, West Bainbridge, Riverside, Chattahoochee, Sly, Funston, Attapulgis, Sale City, Climax, and Brinson, all under this. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. Again, tracking the potential there for some nasty weather. Again, just trying to let you guys know that it could be some damaging gusts there at about 60 miles an hour and some quarter-size hail. So again, severe thunderstorm warning till 6:45 a.m. there in that yellow box. Another one further west because we have more accent headed on into the picture. And that warning there is for a wind potential of 70 miles an hour. So definitely an active picture here as we're dealing with things, as you're tracking the overall scenario. A lot going on here this morning. Just gotta be really careful here as this situation does evolve. And it looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch in our other system. So we're going to try to load that on in here. I know the watch for the west to 11, but I know further east now, there's a new watch. It's going to pop up here momentarily. Let me see, did they not start that for a couple more minutes? That might be why it's not popping up quite yet. I think it didn't start for a couple more minutes, but it's going to include a lot, if not everybody, toward the east here, north central Florida, northeast Florida, southeast Georgia. And that watch is going to go here, it looks like, until about noon. So again, we're still getting the information in on it. It hadn't populated yet. So that's in our system on this screen. But once I have that, I'll bring it back up probably once it officially starts here in just 1 minute. Literally, it'll pop up. By the way, it gets to 34 on Bainbridge so far. Hopefully that's all we get. But probably have some stronger winds in here. Honestly, that's some rotation, it looks like to me. Southwest there of Camilla. I know. Yeah, just getting word that severe thunderstorm watch is indeed until noon for areas like Alachua, Baker, Bradford, Clay, Columbia, Duval. You'll see it more on the map in a moment. But again, just giving you an idea here. That's a pretty big area that we're talking about with that potential. So that's till noon. It's a very quick moving system. This initial threat, there will be some lingering potential later on in the day, but the biggest threat is with this main complex here, and it could produce a lot of damage in terms of that wind potential here. Make sure you charge your devices up. When I say a lot of damage, I don't mean like major damage. I just mean a lot of power outage potential. So we have power lines knocked down and the like. Again, watching things carefully. Okay, we just got a tornado warning now. Southwest Georgia, that area we were just talking about here. I know we're just gonna have to watch things as we have that tornado warning now at 7 a.m. for northwestern Decatur, northern Grady, Mitchell, and northwestern Thomas counties. At 6:04, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles southwest of Newton, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Pelham and Camilla around 6:25 could be impacted. You also have areas like Spence, Hopeful, Quality, Mitchell County Airport, Branchville, Hinsontown, and Sales City. Even Cotton here under this warning. So yes, a tornado warning now for some pretty highly populated area. Meg's in there. Some pretty highly populated areas. You have Lockney too. I mean, a little less populated than Pelham and Camilla, but you kind of get the idea. So we're just gonna have to watch things very carefully here. By the way, our severe thunderstorm has populated in the other system now, and we're now talking about that potential there. That potential as we're getting out there till about noon. I mean, that's looks like every single county in our area now is under a severe thunderstorm watch. You don't see it very often, to be quite honest here. So the one to the west to 11 might not. We'll see if it needs to last that long. There will be another threat coming back in, but it'll be a little bit lower. But toward the east, the severe thunderstorm watch until noon. But within all this, I mean, the wind threat is the biggest deal. We have tornado potential that's embedded as well. And that's why we have a tornado warning now here for parts of Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas counties here until 7 a.m. A possible tornado northeast of Bainbridge. As you're looking at things, you see Camilla, you see Meg's in there, you see Pelham. Again, a tornado warning is in effect. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. So, again, that's where we're at right now. So what do I mean by tornado precautions? Well, I mean getting into your room away from windows. So, I mean, just if you're not already in a sturdy building, get there, but get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet, or baseball helmet. And Roy, it's preferred you're in a site-built structure over a mobile home. And considering the time of day here, I mean, if you're already switching buildings, I mean, it's one thing, but if you're staying put and just getting in an interior room, make sure you have your shoes on, because if there is flying debris in the aftermath, you don't want to cut your feet up. So again, a tornado warning here in play till 7 a.m. for parts of South Georgia. Go ahead and take those tornado precautions here right now in South Georgia. Again, a tornado warning is in effect right now. I know that's pretty tight rotation off the Tallahassee radar that we're seeing. I mean, it's not gate to gate exactly, but we're talking about 61 way and about 30 the other way. So we could see a tornado in the EF1 range if it would to touch down here. So that's something to keep our eyes on here for sure. Got to keep our eyes on the scenario here. We're just gonna keep watching, gonna keep tracking, keep giving you the latest. Again, let's just go ahead and keep looking at things as the situation does develop. I know. We're going to go ahead and zoom back out here. Just trying to give you the latest. This ever-evolving weather scenario here. Let's go ahead and keep zooming out a little bit more. And you see the next area of concern coming in the picture. That's in the Florida Panhandle. Let's go to the Eglin radar real quick, and we'll kind of see the winds with that. Ooh, that is nasty wind headed in the direction of, it would seem, areas there closer in toward Panama City. Let me kind of, yeah, I just wanted to kind of get the movement on this. Yeah, it looks like that's headed in toward parts of eastern Panama City at least. So again, gotta be really careful here this morning. So gotta be really careful. Let me go ahead and switch back over to what we're focusing on with this tornado warning. Again, we're watching things, tracking them here. Again, getting into your room away from windows as the situation does evolve on us. Again, this is South Georgia. A tornado warning. We have winds that are headed away from the radar in Tallahassee, and then winds headed toward the radar in Tallahassee. So that is where you have your spin, and that's why you need to take shelter here. Again, take those tornado precautions. It's going to be like a quick spin up here along the line, but it could still cause quite a bit of damage. More rotation down here. It's not as tight, but south of Bainbridge we're watching some rotation too. Again, just trying to let you know exactly what's going on here. Look at that gust there in Bay County. I know that's not an area, but that's a recorded gust to severe thunderstorm force per se. A damaging gust confirmed there. That shows you that's kind of like a wall of wind here as you're getting further out. Some of that's going to probably head more offshore at the worst of that, because that is really bad looking wind there. I know that's not in our area, and I'll take the banner off for the tornado warning for now. But you see there in Bay County, I mean, we're talking about 60, 70 in a widespread area right into the radar. It's going to cause a lot of damage and power outages. I know Lynn Haven, they got hit hard in Hurricane Michael. Of course, Panama City did too, and some of the areas are going to get a lot of power outages here, we've seen this morning. I mean, that looked really obvious even compared to what we have. I mean, this tornado warning storm is probably going to cause a good bit of power outages. Of course, if the tornado actually touches down, and even more concern, and that, that'd even be greater concern than what we're seeing down there. But again, tornado warning for parts of Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas until 7 a.m. and it will cover 62 counties. And right now, with this tornado warning box, we have 4 of them underneath this alert. So yes, a tornado warning here in play. A tornado warning is in play. Again, just trying to give you the latest here. Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas. Not all of Thomas. So like Thomasville, you're not under this. Cato's not under this. And Grady and Decatur, Bainbridge isn't under this. However, Mitchell, Pelham, and Camilla are. So again, that's kind of where we're sitting right now with this threat. I know if I was in Pelham down to Meigs, I'd probably be a little bit more concerned than I would be in Camilla, but either place, or either set of places per se. I mean, we're talking, I mean, if you're in Camilla, then you take shelter. Of course, Pelham and Meigs, maybe even a little bit more reason to take shelter. So, again, just going to continue to watch things here. Going to continue to monitor them. You see these blues, these are indicative winds to about 70 miles an hour. And these reds, well, these are winds to about 20, but you add them all up and that gets you winds to about 90 miles an hour in a possible tornado. So, again, take shelter. You're a little more concerned about Pelham and Meigs than I am Camilla, but you're on the northern flank. I mean, let's check here. I mean, you definitely could have some pretty strong winds still in Camilla, and sometimes radar doesn't read things perfectly. There was a report of some very big hail further to the west. We weren't really seeing that on radar. That was in Miller County, I believe, as we were watching things a little while ago. I'll kind of loop things around here. You can see that report. So that's kind of the storyline there. But this is some very fast-moving activity. Okay, speaking of fast-moving, we got a tornado warning now in Gadsden County. Okay, this spin right here has now prompted a tornado warning. A little bit weak, actually, but they're saying it's possibly producing a tornado over Tallahassee, or 17 miles west of Quincy, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So there's your tornado warning now for Gadsden County until 7 a.m. At 6:13, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Tallahassee, or 17 miles west of Quincy, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Greensboro, this dangerous storm will be near there around 6:25. Quincy around 6:45. We have Juniper, Douglas City, Mount Pleasant, Hardin Heights, Rosedale, Santa Clara, Hardaway, Gretna, Sycamore, and Quincy Airport under this. So again, just really monitoring things very carefully here as we have that tornado warning as well. Let me see. Let me just double check here. Yeah, Tallahassee is the closest radar. Let's see if there's debris with this, because that's a awfully weak signature to get a tornado warning here, to be quite honest. I mean, you see the hook, but be that close to the radar. We're only seeing winds that add up to about 30 or 40 miles an hour. Maybe they're seeing some type of, let me check the other radars because there must be some type of issue. It's harder to see. I mean, it's on the southern flank, so maybe it could strengthen. I don't see a lot there, honestly, but you still got to take shelter because it could still strengthen because we're in that flank like that. I mean, right there near sunrise, too. That can be a factor in some ways. So, kind of surprised to see that tornado warning there pop up. But you see the hook, I mean, that can tell you something, even if it's not showing up really well on wind motive radars. Just with a clear shot of that, I would think it would show a little bit more rotation before they'd upgrade. But it's a good decision there, just to be on the safe side as you go ahead and look there. 70-mile-an-hour winds up on this storm here in Mitchell County. That's in one direction on radar, and then a little bit more wind adds to that total. I know, again, we're just going to go ahead and monitor things. I'm going to go ahead and keep tracking them. Again, I just really wanted to make sure you're staying safe. Let's go down to the south here. I'm going to keep monitoring. I know another reason that I would think that storm to the north is quite a bit stronger in theory is because when we're tracking things here, we're kind of seeing a situation where when you have a storm further from the radar looking stronger, you'd expect that, the storm closer to actually kind of block that further away axing out. So we'll see here, though. Gotta watch everything. This one right here actually looks a little bit more impressive to me, south of Bainbridge. But we'll watch that. We'll watch this one on that southern flank. That is what makes it tricky there in Gadsden County near I-10. Now, I know, speaking of I-10, I remember January, all those tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes around Panama City. Well, a lot of wind risk around Panama City this morning, but I don't expect us to get that strong of tornadic activity this morning across our area or even toward Panama City for that matter. So even though you think of that, I mean, there still could be quite a bit of power outage activity, though, in terms of those numbers going up pretty high. So again, we're just going to keep checking things here. We're just going to keep trying to give you the latest. Again, tracking the situation. You can see here, Calhoun and Bay counties, some strong winds. And then as we get further up, I know we just got an update on the tornado warning for Decatur, Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas. Let's get back to the Tallahassee radar. The update is now, you'll see an update on your screen, but they've canceled Decatur out. Continuing areas of Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas. Okay, so that's till 7 a.m. at 6:17. They said a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pelham. It's released at 35 miles an hour. Again, that's kind of the storyline here right now. Anyway, this is a thunderstorm watch, but occasionally and in close to that watch area, you can get these potential spin-up tornadoes. So you got to be on guard for that. Again, southwest of Pelham. It looked a little weaker, quite honestly. There's your updated polygon, by the way. But let's get back down to the south. So we're watching that. There's a hook. It's just not. Let me go up a little higher and tilt. Maybe that's what they're seeing. Well, that's a little tighter there. So that might be part of what they're looking at here. I mean, not all the way through is it quite tight, but you can kind of see it up a little bit in case maybe there's a beam blockage issue there, possibly. Again, we're just going to go ahead and keep looking at things here. You saw how it was there maybe for that one frame. Maybe that's what they were kind of looking at, because it was tighter right when they issued for that one frame. But again, just going to keep looking at things. Gonna keep watching, keep tracking. Let me go ahead and zoom back out. And then zoom in up to the north. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings in our viewing area, and it's parts of 4 counties included with that cancellation of Decatur. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, just trying to give you the latest. Again, I know we're in Bradford County, and then Grady, Mitchell, Thomas, Gadsden is where we have the 4 counties underneath, or at least parts of those counties underneath tornado warning and that potential here. So those go until 7 a.m. by the way, if you're wondering. Pretty long fuse warnings, quite honestly. So this accident may be kind of moving out of the polygons before then, but it is moving pretty quick as I've alluded to. So again, just continuing to give you the latest. Because there's a new warning now popping up. I'll say very big severe thunderstorm warning. You don't get those warnings that often in our area and that big in the geography around, but there you go. That's a severe thunderstorm warning right during that morning rush for local counties like Wakulla, Gadsden, Liberty, Taylor, Jefferson, Leon, Franklin, and Madison until 7:45. That is, wow, you do not see that very often around here, my friends. It's been a while since I've seen just like the full county that included that many in a severe thunderstorm warning. They used to do that years ago, but it wasn't because the threat was for the whole county. They just didn't have a different way to distinguish things. But at 6:20, a severe thunderstorm complex located along a line, Roy, from Chattahoochee to 14 miles northwest of Stone Mill Creek to 9 miles southwest of Panama City, moving east at 70 miles an hour. We're talking about the potential here for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So, again, we're just going to keep looking here. Tallahassee, Panama City, Callaway, Woodville, Carrollville, Monticello, Quincy, Havana, Perry, Midway, Florida State University. I know they don't have classes back quite yet, so at least the timing isn't horrible here, like if this was graduation, final exam week here. I mean, going, some of those students to those exams. I mean, maybe some orientations going on, I'm not sure, but East Point, Apalachicola, Tallahassee Community College, Blanchetown, St. Mark's, Madison, Crawfordville, FAMU, and St. George Island under this potential here, considerable threat of wind damage, 70-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, I know we saw more in the area I was showing you down in here. Well, I say that now it's kind of expanding a little bit up, I think. Yeah, it was not looking as nasty up in here as it was, but now you can kind of see that more, and that's going to cause problems here. You got to be really careful here if you're around like Crawfordville, Tallahassee. This is some substantial severe weather that's headed your way. This is not like your run-of-the-mill pop-up stuff you see in the summertime. This is stuff that can knock out a power in a pretty widespread fashion. It can knock trees down that block the road here. You might not be able to, get out of your neighborhood. I mean, this is something where, I mean, with this warning being issued out ahead like this, I mean, it kind of tells you the danger's coming. I mean, we kind of knew that anyway. Don't almost need the warning just to kind of know we've been talking about it. But my point being, are you in Thomasville? You're going to be watching the potential for some gusty winds as well. But like if you're in Tallahassee, you have a little bit more time. Not a lot of time. But if you're like Roy needing to get to work here this morning, I mean, if you live pretty close to it, I mean, I might go ahead and head out now. If you don't, well, you're still going to get caught in this. It's just, I mean, you might get caught in it before you actually get there, depending on how much time you have to get ready in the light. This is just so nasty here, that wind damage potential. I mean, there's a chance that some of these gusts, based on what that radar was just showing us here, folks, these could board on the edge of hurricane force here. That's not good, obviously. So, I mean, now, this isn't going to be directly like Hurricane Hermine. Don't get me wrong, but I think we're going to see more trees fall than we generally have fall in the Big Bend here this morning. So, and that's going to be an issue. So, it's going to be harder to get to work, harder to get to, your primary school or secondary school. So, if it's possible. It may not be based on how things work with the schools or the jobs. If you want to try to, if you're in like Leon or McCullough, now if you're in Gadsden, Liberty, it's probably already too late, if, you know, in terms of really being able to beat the storm accent. But if you're in Leon and trying to get to a job in Leon, or if you're in McCullough and you're trying to get to a job in McCullough, you know, it might not be the worst idea if you're almost ready. Just go ahead and get there early. I know it's pretty early, but that's how nasty these storms are looking here. So again, I'm just trying to give you the very latest. Trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So we have 2 tornado warnings in the area. Let's get back over to them. That's an interesting signature, but that's not interesting. So what I meant by that is you can see on our race mode, see it's like a little bit of a, I mean, it's like what you see with a tropical system almost, but it's more bark than bite, I'm pretty sure with this one. That rotation does not look very strong at all when you go to velocity. I mean, it may be a little bit stronger than this, but I'll go up a tilt. Even then, it's really more bark than bite. I'm pretty sure. Still take shelter. There's an official tornado warning. And you're going to have strong winds coming in anyway. Now, you know, I'm kind of downplaying that tornado threat, but you have really strong winds coming in anyway. I'm talking about this one now. Up here, we got to watch the areas of rotation, and then up here, this is something around Pelham to Meigs. Take those tornado precautions, very important, because this could produce a tornado here. It definitely could. You see that little backward C shape on there in the reflectivity pattern, but that's also coupled with actual pretty tight rotation. You get our shear marker to pop up. We're not getting our shear marker to pop up down here. I mean, it's hard for even me to see it. I have to kind of look a little more carefully. Okay, new warning at 8 o'clock as we get there toward Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, Thomas, Tip, and Worth. So that goes all the way through the Vedosity. This stuff's moving very quickly here. The model guidance is really showing something wicked, and that's what we're starting to see the formation of here with this really nasty wind setup with the embedded tornado rift. Now, also going back down to Tallahassee, I'm talking about getting to your job or school early. Make sure you can get in. You don't want to be caught in your vehicle waiting this out here if there's like trees nearby. That's really dangerous. So just make sure you can actually get in there into that safe area if you're headed out early. That's important to know. But again, watching things here carefully. Let's go ahead and kind of look further back toward the west here, around Bluntstown, down toward areas there, further in Calhoun County toward Bay County, watching things. Again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track, trying to give you the latest. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Assuming around here, trying to make sure you guys are staying up to date with the tornado warnings in play, the severe thunderstorm warnings in play, and the like. Those things are pretty nasty around the area. Again, you just gotta be careful. Gotta be really careful. I know there's a significant advisory in southeast Georgia. Way out ahead, we have a little storm here south of Waycross. A good bit of wind with that, it would look like. I guess to about 40 pea-sized hail possibility there, but let's get back to the west and just continue to watch things here. Continuing to give you the latest. Again, all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Just trying to make sure you guys know what's going on. Again, just zooming around here. Right there around Greensboro. That's a little bit of a higher wind now. Honestly, in that little area. That's why I know we have the official tornado warning, so we can't let our guard down, because that did look just a tad bit more impressive now in toward that area. You can see that. I mean, that's not really impressive, but that's at least a little bit of a couplet there. So, got to be careful in that regard. As we keep looking. Again, I'm just going to continue to look at things. Okay, new tornado warning, Calhoun and Liberty now. Okay. It must be down in here around Bluntstown. Okay, oh, this area down here, southwest of Bluntstown, I bet is where they pulled the trigger on the warning, 9 miles southwest of Bluntstown. So, again, just gonna need to get folks to take shelter there now. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving southeast at 60 miles an hour. Again, that's the storyline. Take shelter now. Again, interior room away from windows. Very important to do it. There's your polygon. You see how that extends down to the south and east. So now we have 3 tornado warnings on the board here. Okay, so we have Calhoun and Liberty until 7 a.m., parts of Gadsden until 7 a.m., and parts of Grady, Mitchell, and Thomas until 7 a.m. So there's a lot of tornado activity going on. We just got an update on the tornado warning for Gadsden County now at 6:31. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Greensboro or near Quincy, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, some really nasty activity there in that area. Again, a possible tornado based on radar. But really, again, we talked about how the wind and the rain are the bigger deal with that. That's what we're kind of alluding to in terms of just the overall setup. But yeah, I mean, that area of rotation has picked up a bit too. State Road 12, just south of I-10, that rotation there. Showing up on Doppler. Again, it's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family. Again, just going to keep looking here at everything. We're just getting a lot of information on in here to award the Weather Center here right now. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to go ahead and just continue to check things here. Again, really important. Again, we're just trying to let you know what's going on. I want to see if I can get a traffic camera up. It'll take me a minute here, though. It's just a one-man band, so that's kind of, you know, how it is sometimes here when we're trying to protect you, trying to protect your friends, trying to protect your family in the Weather Center, trying to load some of the information that you need. So we're looking south of Gretna there. Let's see if we can get a visual on things. Sometimes it's just kind of tricky. Just seeing if there's any good camera. Looks like there's not as many cameras in that area, unfortunately. There's one pointing south and west. Did that get me anything on that? Not sure. Let me. Just trying to figure this out for you guys at home. I'll try it and kind of pop it up. Pretty dark, but I think the light in will probably illuminate some. Again, this is 4 to 5 in one perspective there. I-10 mile marker 177. So, again, a storm, I know it didn't look all that impressive on velocity at points, but I think it has kind of ramped up a little right near sunrise. right there on that flank of things. So we got to be careful there in Gadsden County. Possible tornado over Greensboro near Quincy, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So we're not seeing a lot on the traffic camera right now, but we'll keep our eyes on things. Again, just thought I'd pull that up for everybody at home real quick. Again, just watching things there. That is a little bit, again, tighter. Not just overly tight, don't get me wrong, but that looks a little more impressive there. So I gotta be kind of careful. You know, and almost looks like a little bit of debris in there. It's hard to say. It's a good one. It's hard to say, but I almost feel like the next scan is just going to perk up on us here. Again, we're watching that carefully. Wasn't trying to write it off here a little while ago, but it just didn't look like a lot. But I think it's perked up here a good bit. I mean, you can see how weak it was at points, but it wasn't a favorable environment. I think now maybe if it's not already producing, you know, it'll have that elevated chance to produce here over the next few minutes. Right there near, it looks like State Road 65, just south of I-10. I mean, looked like almost 2 scans there. We had a little something. That's kind of interesting. Still getting some strong winds across Florida, Georgia. I guess 58 miles an hour to Tendo Air Force Base. Again, I just gonna keep looking at things. Again, I just kind of looking here. As we go further up to the north. Just trying to give you the latest. Watching some wind going toward Thomasville. We have the tornado warning down here. Again, central Calhoun, south central Calhoun, and in southern Liberty County. Liberty's in our area. Calhoun is not, for what it's worth, but we're watching this here. We're tracking it. 3 different tornado warnings within our viewing area. Ooh, yeah, that looks like it might be. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of debris. No, that's probably a really weak tornado, though, because if that is debris, in fact, like it's shown for a few scans right near the interstate, it's not getting up very high, even at 1,000 feet, but it's in the right area. That's almost like a land spout. I mean, the winds are really weak with this on radar anyway, so that's why, I mean, you know, we could be talking about a tornado that only has about 60 or 70 mile an hour winds, like an EF0 tornado. I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now. We don't generally see that on radar with warnings. I mean, that's good if they were able to give a warning for that there. But that's kind of what that looks like, to be quite honest. Light damage, a possibility there in Gadsden. Still can be dangerous. You can't be driving through a tornado here, and you don't even want to be in a mobile home, even in EF0. But I believe we had deadly EF0 in her hurricane, but Tropical Storm Debbie in 2012 there inward areas of south to west central Florida. So gotta be careful. Generally, they aren't deadly, but I think that one was because somebody in a mobile home didn't survive, if I recall properly there. But again, I was trying to give you the latest here. I get a tornado warning in Gadsden. I mean, that is really wrapped up on reflectivity and velocity, kind of caught up to it. This is kind of riding right along I-10. It is now, okay, they're saying this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. So like what I was saying, it didn't look like it was in progress there. Okay, that's what we're dealing with. The tornado producing storm near Quincy, radar confirmed. So again, just riding along the interstate here. I may want to tell you traffic cams again. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit clearer now. That's literally south there of I-10, just, you know, right there. I mean, if the camera was pointed right out direction there, we probably could see it. I think some of the cameras might be having some issues in that area right now, but if the camera was pointing in the right direction, we probably could see the tornado. The camera pointed west. I wonder if this will show anything. We'll try it here. There's some flashes. I don't know if there's power flashes or lightning flashes in the distance, or just even lights on the vehicles flashing. It might be that too. It could be a combination of everything here. Yeah, this isn't the greatest view. It's right at sunrise, so you have to. If you look at the tree line, that's where I'm watching. If you're wondering what I'm looking at, it's really hard to tell. I mean, here at this point, this is looking west. It's maybe not in a perfect spot, but just gotta be really careful here in this area. I'm gonna look at a couple more cameras, possibly. Again, okay, yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot right now because where the cameras are facing, but yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. That's right near the interstate now. You know, it's probably about to get over 267. Okay, well, let's go to the camera then, right there. Okay, by the way, Grady Mitchell Thomas has been canceled. Let's go to a camera right there near 267. Again, just trying to let you know what's going on here. Again, this is a confirmed tornado now. Confirmed tornado on the ground. It's the one we were talking about there that didn't look like a lot for a while, but it really ramped up here, unfortunately, on that flank. And this is right near where the tornado would be right now. We may start to see, I mean, you can kind of see how nasty things look. The camera's shaking now. We may catch something. I might have just lost the feed, but I know the time a little weird on that, but that should be an Eastern time there. But I think we just lost the feed there. That might have been indications of a tornado there for a few seconds, but I'm going to switch out of it to see if I can get that back. I'm not sure that we'll be able to get that back. It looks like it's something that just went down on the end of the camera there. Yeah, it's not working. I was seeing that camera feed there, folks, for the time being. At least a power issue, not a wind issue. So, again, gotta be careful here and gotta be mindful. Again, this is a tornado on the ground here. That was near Pat Thomas Parkway where we were looking. State Road 267. So, where that intersects with I-10. So, you kind of saw how those winds are picking up. We may have been seeing something there. That's not what you want to deal with. That rotation really has picked up a good bit. Okay, the debris signature wasn't quite as nasty on that latest scan. Again, just watching things here, tracking them. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Again, still tracking things. Let's get to Georgia. You have severe thunderstorm warnings up there. You see around Thomasville. Some stronger winds coming in there. But eventually Moultrie and more imminent Tipton, I'd say, coming in, but they're probably already in town to some degree. That's a warning. I know we've been kind of busy with the tornado warnings, but Cook, Berry, and Lanier, Lowndes, Thomas, Brooks, as well as Colquitt, Southern Tipton, Southern Worth, 8 a.m., 60-mile-an-hour wind gust a possibility. Tornado warning was dropped up here, but you definitely have the severe thunderstorm winds. We have a severe thunderstorm warning over a huge area to the south, and yet another tornado warning has now been issued down here. So let's kind of figure out exactly what this is on. It's near areas there closer to Midway, 12 miles. That's a pretty tight circulation. Is this area here they're issuing on now? I bet it is. It is, okay. New tornado warning now. Another spin and another warning. That's till 7:15. So at 6:44, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles southwest of Midway, moving southeast at 60 miles an hour. So now we have 4 tornado warnings here in our Florida counties. It doesn't happen that often, especially in May here. But all in this line, we're getting these tornadoes, including a confirmed tornado on the ground near I-10 in Gadsden County. So yeah, things have really been picking up here over the last little bit. Again, we're watching things. Loma there around State Road 65. And then you see the rotation here. This is far western Leon County on State Road 20 and 375. As we get further on up here, I know, we're watching things. That debris signature went away, by the way, near I-10, which is good. You just have to keep watching things, keep tracking them. That could pop back up. I know this tornado warning for radar indication. You see the knots here. Well, that includes Tallahassee Airport. Now, okay, is this a confirmed one now? It may be. I think they're saying observed on it. Yep, that's a tornado on the ground there. It would look like. I think that's what they're observing on that little notch there. Pretty rural out here, but yeah, you saw that debris on that. That's more in Leon now, but it's a confirmed tornado 11 miles southwest of Midway now, moving east at 60 miles an hour. Again, a tornado on the ground there. The tornado warning continuing for Gadsden, Leon, and Wakulla until 7:15. At 6:46, a confirmed tornado is on the ground, and it is moving east at 60, but really it's kind of in southeast to some degree. So again, we're just going to keep checking things here. We're just going to keep monitoring things. Again, just monitoring the overall situation. So we go ahead and go back on over to our other view. You see rotation in the north, but to the south, we have the tornado now. Again, so that's a tornado on the ground in western Leon County, confirmed doing damage. But honestly, I mean, all up and down this line here, we have to watch for these wind gusts here that are going to be pretty significant, even outside of tornadic activity. It's just going to be a little bit of a higher maximum wind here with the tornado potential. So, I mean, these are not going to be like your violent type tornadoes. We're not going to see any EF4s or EF5s in our area today, that's for sure. Even an EF3 would be a stunning thing to happen out of this type of setup. You can't get a lower an EF2 out of this type of environment, though, so I don't want to rule that out. But again, the point is you're going to have a lot of wind problems anyway, but the tornado threat and a tornado would magnify your problems. So again, just trying to give you the latest. I'm trying to give you the latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know, going through things. Checking in Florida, there's over 50,000 customers now in the dark. A lot of outages from this event. Escambia County over 12,000, Santa Rosa over 14,000, Okaloosa over 11,000, over 3,500 in Walton, and in Bay County over 6,000. So that's what's starting to impact our western Florida counties. In Georgia, we had the potential of parity. The numbers didn't look as high so far up there, but some of them more rural. The winds may not be quite getting down to the surface as much in a little bit cooler environment either. That could be something that's helping us a little up there, but you have the instability, so it's a lot more ripe here for stuff to get down toward the surface with this wind concern. So we got to be really careful. I know we're watching stuff around Tallahassee now, but if folks are like, getting ready for school or work around Stark, Lake City, and Jacksonville, and Gainesville, well, you're going to be okay for the morning rush here. I mean, granted, you don't just take hours and hours here to go out. I mean, as long as school's not starting really late or work in really late, you'll be okay. But it's going to be a problem for you later this morning, this severe weather potential. So please be weather aware. This is after 8 a.m., the overall risk. So, just kind of extrapolating out here, I would think, with this moving east at 70, which is very fast, by the way. By around 8 a.m., that line will probably be there, maybe as we're getting there, maybe around Live Oak, somewhere in that region. So that'd be around 8 a.m. or so. That's actually really quick when you think about it. But so, then you go from Live Oak to Lake City, and then that's when, long as you're having work or school start there, before, 8 or 8:30, you'll probably be okay. But after that, then you start to have issues. So that's something to keep in mind. But this is very fast. It's not something we're used to tracking around here. A line moving this fast. Okay, another tornado warning now. Okay, goodness gracious. So, wow. Okay, tornado warning. Observed tornado at 6:50. They're saying, they think, weather service is saying multiple tornadoes on the ground from near Midway to 14 miles southwest of Tallahassee Community College, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So, again, let's go ahead and get onto our other map here. This is for the whole metro now. Yeah, these winds, these are really tightening up. Yeah, goodness, is that 3 tornadoes I'm seeing on the ground right now? I don't know if I've ever seen this here toward the Big Bend before. I think I'm seeing 3 tornadoes on the ground. One over the southwest of Midway, another tornado right there on State Road 20, and then a third tornado on the ground right State Road 267. Yep. We got 3 tornadoes on the ground headed into Leon County right now. This is almost unprecedented. In all the years I've been following weather, I don't know if I can ever remember 3 separate tornadoes that are on the radar here headed into one county. We have 3 tornadoes on the ground. I know they're not these, really violent tornadoes, but these can cause problems here to property. These can impact lives here in an adverse way. Take shelter here now all around Tallahassee. Again, 3 tornadoes on the ground here. This is almost unprecedented in all the years I've been doing this here, folks. This is really taking an escalation. I know, it's probably about the max on what we could have out of these, but that still went to 115 or so miles an hour. This is really picking up here as it's heading in the metro right during rush hour on a Friday. People aren't thinking about the weather, and we have a tornado on the ground just southwest of Midway now. Another tornado on the ground. All right, favorite tornado. These are moving very fast, too. Okay, this is really getting tricky here, folks. We have, again, to repeat, there are 3 that I'm seeing, unless I'm missing. There may be, it looks like just 3 tornadoes on the ground, just 3. But we have a tornado, so where I'm looking, look where I have my mouse, because things are wrapping up very fast here. They're rapidly developing. This is a tornado on the ground here, south of Midway. This is a tornado on the ground here, west of Norfleet. Another tornado on the ground, southwest of Tallahassee Airport. Again, there are 3 tornadoes on the ground right now here. And, at least looks like 2 of those are already in Leon County. And the third is about to be in Leon County here. So, again, a real problem on our hands this morning. That's what we're dealing with right now. Let me go ahead and keep looking at things. Let me check some other sources. Again, this is a rapidly evolving situation. Again, we need folks to take shelter. Interior room away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from that flying debris of potential from outside there with the tornado by putting on a football helmet on, a bicycle helmet on, something like that. Again, tornado right here near State Road 267. Tornado there around State Road 20. This tornado is just moving into Leon here as well. I know it was a severe thunderstorm watch type of day here, but we knew the tornado threat was going to exist, and it is existing more than you know, we have 3 tornadoes on the ground, at least 2 of them in Leon. The others, right, technically, it was probably McCullough, or not McCullough, I'm sorry, in Gadsden there, as we're looking at things, but it's moving into Leon here. The county line is right in here, but there is your debris signature. So the next scan puts that into Leon. Again, tornado in here. Tornado, that's tied in up there. Okay, so this is very unusual. This is a very serious situation, my friends. We need folks to take shelter. I mean, you normally see a box and think, well, there's 1 tornado. If I don't get hit by them, okay, no. There's 3 tornadoes that we've been tracking. We've seen the debris being lofted into the air here. I'm not sure if I've ever seen this in all my years. You know, 3 tornadoes threatening 1 county like this at the same time. These are not, again, your violent tornadoes, but these cap out here, max out at about an EF2. So, again, that can be deadly for folks during rush hour here. Again, this is very unusual. Please take shelter. Want to have those shoes on. I know you're getting ready for work in school, but there's glass from the tornado, you know, or any of these tornadoes that breaks. You don't want to cut your feet up. So it's time to hunker down here in Tallahassee. This is a very serious situation. If you don't get hit by one of the 3 tornadoes, you're talking about winds to about 70 miles an hour here that could be moving in. You're seeing a lot of that. I'm seeing 70. Ooh, this might be even worse. This might be a lot worse now here, folks. Radar is now showing winds over 100 miles an hour right near the radar site. Oh boy, you really got to take this seriously in Tallahassee. This could be one of the worst weather events we've seen in the last decade or so for Tallahassee. Please take this seriously. This is really taking a turn for the worst at the worst possible time. You got to take shelter in Tallahassee right now. This is potentially a matter of life and death here. We're talking about wind maybe to 100 miles an hour headed toward Tallahassee right now. This is really looking bad. This is right into the radar, so I have high confidence in these winds reaching. It's right at sunrise. We don't generally get a line this powerful coming in this time of year, right at sunrise here with all these parameters in play. And this is a recipe for big problems here toward Tallahassee. We really need to take shelter here around Tallahassee. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. This could be one of the worst weather events we've seen in a long time. Please get in the interior room around Tallahassee. You can tell by the tone of my voice this is very serious. You need to take shelter around Tallahassee. All in this area here, in this purple area, please don't be driving in this weather. We gave you the heads up if you can get to work or school really quick and get in that safe spot, okay. But otherwise, you can't be out here during this. This is coming in very quickly. This is very serious. This is some of the most serious weather I've seen threaten Tallahassee in a long time, and we've had hurricanes coming on through. Please take shelter. We've had 3 separate tornadoes confirmed, and now we're seeing winds in a pretty wide stretch coming right into town to 100 miles an hour. Again, please take this seriously around Tallahassee. Please. This is really serious stuff. Again, we're watching this here for you. We're tracking it. I don't mean I'm not trying just to hype this up, to hype stuff up, but this is very serious for Tallahassee now. The tornado could be in here, right around US 90, just south of I-10. We're probably going to see power flashes all over the place, so let me see if I can get some cameras out. Again, if you're in Tallahassee, I mean, I know we have these different areas where we have the tornadic signatures, but anybody around Tallahassee, please take this seriously. I don't generally get this concerned about this, skull line. This has markings of something that we're going to be talking about for years if things go the way I think they're going here over just the next little bit. This is really taking a turn. We need folks to take shelter here on Tallahassee. Please, please, please take shelter. This is a matter of life and death. You need to take shelter here around Tallahassee. This is a very odd time of day for something like this to happen. A very odd setup, and they can have odd outcomes like what I think we're going to see. It's going to be very serious around Tallahassee if what I'm seeing on radar verifies. We need folks to take shelter. This is headed right for FSU. I mean, I'm seeing winds over 100 miles an hour there. Not far from the campus on radar now. This is the markings of a historic event here, and not in a good way. Please take this seriously. Please. Again, right near Bluntstown Highway. We're seeing some of this. Again, you need to be taking this very seriously. I want to get a camera pointed south here, because that would be the best view of this. I mean, west looks pretty bad on some of this stuff. I might just pull up a west one because it's bad enough with everything going on around here. Oh, goodness. Let's go ahead. I mean, this is the worst weather even. And this is their I-95, I-10 here at 195.4. Look at this camera is shaking here, folks, there in toward the Tallahassee area, toward Capitol Circle. This is live imagery. This is really serious, folks. We're going to have trees falling on the interstate, no doubt. But there's even worse damage that's going to be done right in toward Tallahassee, as I think we might have just lost that camera view now. Let's go back over to radar. Let's go back to radar. Again, we're trying to give you the latest here. Just warnings all over the place. Again, you see the line coming right to the airport there, coming right through town very rapidly. And we told you to take shelter, and this is coming full force right through here. Is this tornado still on the ground down here? It may be. Right here you have 319 in southern Leon, but then this is just an absolute mess here on radar. I'm going to see if I can get more cameras, because radar is going to start being really hard to see stuff on because it's right over, and it may even go down in a setup like this. I am glad that a lot less college students are in town right now, but this is still very bad stuff that we're dealing with. Again, very bad weather situation this morning. Let's see, this camera faces southwest. Let's pull it up near Monroe, if it's still functional at this point with all this bad weather coming in. Okay, I don't think it is functional now. So, yeah, these cameras are going down. We don't have on Florida 511 the camera right in the town where it's probably just the worst here. But I'm going to go to another, I wish Moody was working. I wanted to go to Moody. That's what I normally do here. It's going to be kind of tough to see anything off of away from the distance here. Let's try this one. Okay, look at that gust, folks. At the airport, we just had a gust there, you know, in the mid-60s. That is a very high gust for that site, 65 miles an hour or so toward Tallahassee. That tells me we're going to have widespread power outages around Tallahassee, no doubt. That's the low end of things. That's getting lucky, the widespread power outages. I think we're going to have damage that's really going to be making its mark here on Tallahassee for a long time, sadly. You know, this could be damage. I was saying it wouldn't reach our main type levels. Well, it may, based on what I'm seeing here on radar. I know this is moving through a lot quicker than that did, but, you know, in some areas this is going to be reaching her mean levels, 66 really, if you round up on the wind, but that's what we're getting at the airport. Let me check FSU weather stem, if that's still working. I bet those weather stem camera sites are just getting really high gust here. I can't see the actual footage, but I can look at the winds here, if they're even coming through, the wind numbers. I wonder if that's even an accurate reading. It's pretty low there, actually, but let me check. I bet there's some other. Let's check the Rec Sports Plex there. Yeah, it's offline, so that's not even. I bet we're just losing power everywhere across Tallahassee. Let me check FAMU. Oh, Oh my goodness. A gust of 84 miles an hour on the FAMU weather stem site. That's just telling you how bad this is here, folks. You don't get gusts like that on weather stem sites. Again, a gust of 84 at FAMU now. Again, this is very serious. This is a stunning turn of events here, folks. We knew there'd be severe weather, but this is going to be an event we're talking about, I mean, for the whole decade here. Coming through Tallahassee right now. It's just ripping through town. I mean, a gust has been confirmed to 84 miles an hour at FAMU. 84! This is hurricane force conditions coming through Tallahassee here right now. Again, you need to be in that safe spot. It's, east side of town. It's coming through too now. This has moved through very quickly. Again, this has moved through very rapidly. Checking some other sites here. Let me see if there's any other sites that I can get gust numbered on. None of the others are near that impressive. A lot of times I would discount a gust number like that, but not what I've seen on velocity. I'm pretty sure that's a legit gust there out of that area there at FAMU. Let me see. I'm just going through all the different numbers here. Some of the others aren't showing near as high, but let's go ahead and keep looking at things here. See if there's any. A lot of the cameras are just down all through Tallahassee now. There are very few still left, if any, that I can get a camera shot on, is what I'm saying. Oh, that one's not even. I think they're all down in Tallahassee here. They were going down. We showed you that view of how bad things were on the interstate there. This is going to be a real big problem for Tallahassee here, folks. I mean, these winds is ripping right on through here. Velocity isn't going to do it justice right now. There may be a tornado in here somewhere. Very well could be. Hard to say, but I know, different classes and the like. I can't imagine, they're going to be, in progress in some places today toward even the beginning of next week based on how long this cleanup process is going to take. Again, this is a very serious event for Tallahassee. I do not get, that, high there in my tone of voice in terms of the seriousness of this very often. This is, you got a gust confirmed to 84 at FAMU on the weather stem site. That tells you everything you need to know. You do not get those numbers on sites like that in Tallahassee. This is going to be a bad event based on, we saw winds to 100 on velocity. We saw tornadoes, 3 of them, threatening Leon County there, 2 of them in Leon, as we saw the debris. We'll be able to see that again if that kind of moves away from the side and the radar site we still get a signal from. I think we still are, which is good news. Honestly, with this, that's something I'd be concerned about not getting. I'm going to check some other sources here now to figure out what's going on here on Tallahassee. Again, I know there's some information we're looking at here. Very well. Just looking through some information on debris detection. This is a situation here where that debris signature here, it may have really been coming right through town. Some of these gust numbers we're getting maybe from a tornado, even not one, but again, this is very serious stuff. As we've continued to reiterate here this morning. Again, a very serious event. I just want to make sure we're still getting radar from that site. That could all be tornado debris in there. I don't want to say that for sure because it's so messy in here. That'd be really bad if that was. Yeah, I don't, Yeah, and I gotta assume here, because I haven't seen updates from them in a few minutes, that Tallahassee took shelter there from this. So we haven't had any updated warnings in a little while. They probably gave their warning operations over to another office. So we're not getting any updates from them right now. Let me check here. It's been a few minutes since it updated. It's starting to make me a little nervous that we might have lost the radar. In fact, the view from there toward Tallahassee, not the radar itself, but just the informational stream. So Again, a very serious situation here this morning around Tallahassee. Very serious. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit of a new scan, I think. Well, maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's still trying to get. Yeah, we're having trouble. I think we're not getting a signal from it. Okay, is that a new tornado warning? Well, looks like we're. Let me check some stuff here. Okay, I know we've been talking about warnings here, but just so you guys know, because we've been just absolutely caught up in the Tallahassee situation, there is a tornado warning moving out of Gulf into Franklin. I may have missed that, which I don't normally miss stuff like that, but we've just been so laser focused on Tallahassee. There is a tornado warning for parts of Franklin County. Gulf's not in our area, but starting to move into Franklin here, a possible tornado threat on Apalachicola. Take your tornado precautions down there. I know. We don't have the radar at Moody's, so if the Tallahassee radar's down, granted, I mean, this has been some of the worst weather that's already moved through. We're going to have some issues trying to figure some stuff out here, but you can kind of see how I move past the site, so it may just be an issue with the stream of the radar from the office, because I'm not seeing really anything, in terms of warnings coming out from them or updates. So, I mean, they probably took shelter themselves, don't get me wrong, but let me see if they have anything on social media, because this is really serious situation toward Tallahassee. One of the worst situations in years toward Tallahassee. Yeah, apparently the neighboring office is taken over now in Tallahassee because it's gotten so bad. I'm not sure which one. Sometimes it could be that office there in Jacksonville, but it could also be Mobile or Key West even. I guess once we start getting new warning updates, we'll kind of know. But it's not normal they have to do that there. They don't have to do that too often. They're on the top of the Love Building though, so they do have a shelter in there from what I understand. But that's pretty serious stuff to have to get into the shelter. But I think that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, that radar is not updating. So what we're going to have to do, let's go to the composite. Well, even that's not going to update really because the other radar is down. So let me go ahead. Let's see, we don't have much data. Let's just go to this radar. This is way out there, but at least you can see where the storminess is, and the lightning. And I'm gonna check some comparative numbers. Let's see if that's even working here now. It's bad when we're losing like everything in terms of data sources here. Oof. I just hope everybody's safe around Tallahassee, but this is not a good time for this to have happened either. Ugh. I really hope everybody's okay. I feel like we're going to have injuries around Tallahassee out of this, if not worse. Please keep everybody in your thoughts and prayers around Tallahassee this morning. That was one of the worst in all my years of doing this. I mean, not just this, but just watching weather. I don't know if I've ever seen 3 confirmed tornadoes threatening one county at one time, and then just a wall of wind came in, whether it was with a tornado or not. I mean, we had confirmed winds at FAMU to 84. We had winds there well into the damaging range of the airport. I mean, there's probably other ones that are in there. Yeah, goodness. Wow. Okay, so 38,275 customers without power in Tallahassee. That's right now. That's going to go up, I'm sure, but that's really high. I mean, that is like hurricane type numbers that we're seeing toward Tallahassee for that area. I'm talking about the past events here. I mean, think of Adalia and Hermine, and of course a Michael. That's the type of numbers you get, in those type of events when you're under friends. Like, I mean, they were in 2 of the 3. Of course, Hermine's eyewall came through with a Cat 1 now. But 38,275 customers in the dark there in the Tallahassee area. That's just on the city of Tallahassee. I mean, I can check Talquin to see if we're even getting anything from them right now. This surged at the wrong time for Tallahassee here. This surged at the wrong time for Tallahassee. Yeah, okay, 18,000 are out on Talquin. 18,500. So we're talking, I mean, I mean, that's close to about 60,000 folks in the dark around Tallahassee now. 60,000 customers in the dark. This is a very bad event, as I've talked about. Yeah, the other radar is still not getting a signal anymore out of Tallahassee. But you can see here, this is the east side of town. I mean, you're going down to Woodville. I mean, you have Crawfordville under a severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't talked about you guys in a little while, but definitely some strong winds in there. You know, it's hard to say what that is since we're so far away on the radar, but unfortunately, we're not getting updates from Tallahassee's office right now either. So we are trying to do our best here with limited radar, limited information coming in, not getting any camera shots hardly either. Okay. Again, they had to take shelter there, the Weather Service in Tallahassee. But you can see here around US 90, I-10. This is going to be moving in toward areas of Jefferson County here next few moments. These strong winds here, folks. Again, Monticello to Wakena. You need to be ready to take your tornado precautions over that way. Again, we're having to use a radar way away because the radar is not getting in data for us right now. I don't know if it's actually down or it's just the office has issues because everybody around Tallahassee probably has issues with what just happened there. If you're just waking up, very, very bad weather has just moved through Tallahassee, and that's an understatement. We're now talking 58,529 customers in the dark on the City of Tallahassee Electric. Again, this is Rod 1 hurricanes. That's how bad this has just been here toward Tallahassee. Power lines have to be just down everywhere, power poles even. I mean, I don't know this directly from reports. I just know because of how bad this is looking here on the maps. I mean, we're talking about widespread damage. This is probably going to take, days for some folks to get power back on at this point. New tornado warning now. Let's see what this is. It's just coming on in. Again, let's look here. This is radar indicated. I think Tallahassee is able to issue again. I was curious on that. They are able to issue their own warnings again, so that's good. Northwestern Lafayette, Northern Taylor, Jefferson, and Madison at 8:15. At 7:16, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles southwest of Monticello, moving east at 60 miles an hour. Madison on 7:45 will be impacted here. You have Cody, you have Dills, you have areas like Lamont, Hamburg, Nash, all potentially impacted. Again, a heck of a storm that we're going to be talking about for a long time. It moved through Tallahassee. If you're just getting up, this has been an event here. I mean, this might be some of the worst severe weather we've ever seen in Tallahassee outside of a hurricane. And just, going back decades, that's how bad this storm just was for Tallahassee. I don't normally have confidence in saying something like that, but when you have winds to 100 on velocity, you have 3 different tornadoes on the ground coming on into the picture. We had FAMU gust to 84, and now the power outage numbers are just outrageously high here. And I think, let's see, okay, 61,000 now. 86 customers in the dark on City of Tallahassee Electric. 20,319 on Talquin. That's at least 80,000 now in the dark around Tallahassee. There's a lot of folks in the dark here. Again, this is a very serious event that's just moved through. I know trees are just going to be down everywhere. I just hope people are okay because I have to imagine if trees fell on mobile homes, which I'm sure they did, they're going to be in bad shape. Again, this is really serious stuff that we're talking about here, my friends. Really serious. What just happened there? I'm seeing. Okay, do we have? Is that okay? That's from earlier. I was looking at velocity around Tallahassee. On another source that I have up from when the radar went down, we had winds just east of town on velocity. Now these may have not all been reaching, but we had winds over 120 miles an hour showing up on velocity even. That's how bad this could have been toward Tallahassee here. over the last little bit. Again, a very serious and I hope not tragic, but it could have been a tragic situation for folks around Tallahassee here this morning. Again, let's get back on over to some different things. Still not getting that data feed from the Tallahassee next reg, so let's just stay, let me check these. 12,000 feet off of Fort Rutgers, last one, Nova Seal. Okay, same for the Eglin. We'll just go with Eglin here. Kind of a straight shot into this. You see the shear marker there. Now, anybody in this warning just got to take shelter for what we just had happen. You gotta be taking shelter in these type of situations here. But the state's capital city just has been ravaged by severe weather here over the last little bit. I mean, this has got to be just, you know, a situation where it's all hands on deck right now. People trying to respond. I got to think 911 operators are just inundated right now. What just happened toward Tallahassee here, a very gloomy, a very bleak picture. I mean, and I'm not overhyping this here, folks. I've been covering Tallahassee weather since I started at FSU over a decade ago. Graduated there, you know, it's been a good bit now, you know, a little less than a decade ago, but, point is, I've never seen anything like what we just saw there, and that ain't, I mean, you know, with maybe the exception of Hermine, that outer eye wall coming through there, I mean, these are numbers that are similar to that. I mean, 61,086 customers in the dark here. You know, just mind-boggling on what's just happened, and we did not even have, I mean, we had an enhanced risk, but it was not for winds to surge to this level. We're not expecting the winds to really get over about 70, but they sure did. And it did in a very bad way. And we need to warn people here in Jefferson, Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor that you need to take shelter right now because there could be more very bad weather headed your way. It's a little more uncertain because we're not getting the greatest views because I'm going to use radars way far away right now. Because there's an issue with what, after everything that's happened in Tallahassee, with getting that radar feed in. But let's go ahead and look here. Let's go ahead and just check Jacksonville's radar. Let's check some of the stuff in Georgia. And eventually here, Jacksonville's radar is going to be close. We have these warnings in Georgia. I know Jacksonville issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Coffee, Atkinson, Northwestern Ware, Southwestern Bacon, and then Northwestern Clinsville 745. Okay, now a tornado warning. I think they're just having to broadcast this because we don't have radar, and we've already had a lot of damage to the south. So a tornado warning now for Cook County, southeastern Berrien, Lanier, Lowndes, southeastern Thomas, Brooks, and southeastern Colquitt to 8:15 a.m. At 7:22, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Boston, or 7 miles west of Quitman, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Quitman around 7:25 is going to be impacted by Austin I-75 at exit 16 around 7:45. So again, nasty weather headed that way. Potential tornadic activity. Again, it's going to be hard to pick out anything. At this point, I just say everybody in the red or purple. You got to, I mean, some of these probably need to be canceled out for the back. But my point is, the red ones out ahead here especially, just take tornado precautions because we just can't see because there's just a lot of weather data that's lacking right now because of the issues that just have happened to where Tallahassee. 61,086 customers out on Tallahassee Electric. Talquin, 21,326. So they just had a big event there in a very bad way toward Leon County in terms of power outages. So just trying to get the latest numbers on in. Trying to get the latest numbers. I'm looking at some other sources that aren't quite showing the power outages like that, but what I'm looking at is the accurate data. I am sure of it based on what we just saw on radar. So again, let's just keep watching things, get people into shelter here. In the red boxes, take your tornado precautions. I'm just going to check some more information. Just bear with me here. It's a one-man band, but I know really tricky stuff here. I'm looking at some stuff. There might have actually been 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time there. There were 3 that were a little bit more obvious than the 4th one, but looking back, there might have actually been 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time. Again, 4 separate tornadoes on the ground. That's really not good. I'm just going through some stuff here. Bear with me, trying to read over anything that we're getting in. I don't see anything new. A lot of folks, honestly, we covered this area. We thought it would be a nasty event. We got to obviously cover, but we did not think this was going to be, this might be like a type of event that should at least be leading the national news here tonight after what this has happened in the Ward Tallahassee. So, again, that's the type of damage we're talking about. So, again, a lot of, folks not really paying attention maybe from the national level yet, but based on everything I've seen, they're going to have to after what we just had happen in Tallahassee. And that radar is running, yeah, there you go. Let's go to composite on there because I know it's not, what we want to use, but we have to use it right now because we're not getting the other radar feed in. So, again, you see, they've had nasty weather in McCullough too. I know we're kind of leaving you guys out, but this is not the day here to, really want to be out on the roads too much. If you're having to go to Tallahassee, I bet you're just going to encounter down trees absolutely everywhere here, folks. Not a good situation. Not a good situation at all. Again, just continuing to give you the latest updates. We're just going between different views here. Let me pull the Jacksonville radar back up. And maybe some rotation there on Monticello. But we're looking so high up. It's just, you're not going to be able to pinpoint much right now. I know the tornado warnings back west are out of the picture, but the tornado warnings right now that continue. Talking about Cook, southeastern Berry and Lanier, Lowndes, southeastern Thomas, Brooks, and southeastern Colquitt counties under 1 to 8:15. And then northwestern Lafayette, northern Taylor, Jefferson, and Madison counties until 8:15. So again, just trying to give you the latest there. And trying to give you the latest there to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to update you guys on exactly what is going on. Let's go back to the other view. Again, the reason things look a little bit harder to see than normal here is because we're having to use different radar views right now because, not even getting that radar view to come out of Tallahassee after what just happened there on different views. So we're talking about over 80,000 customers in the dark there on Tallahassee, out of power, out of electricity. So not a good situation. Again, just still trying to watch things. I'm just going through everything. Always important to do that. Yeah, now it looks like numbers up a little, 62,329 out, city of Tallahassee electric. Let me look at where some of these are clustered. I say clustered, but they're just everywhere. I'm looking on my map behind the scenes here. They're just all over the place. On Tallahassee. Again, still trying to give you the latest here. This is going to be a morning here in Tallahassee that they're not going to forget for a while. Again, just going through here. Apparently there's reports of damage around Crestview there. Way back out in the Panhandle, that's pretty substantial, but There's damage just all over the place around Pensacola, straight trees down everywhere. In Tallahassee, I just hope folks are okay after what has just come through there. I mean, there's a lot of damage. I mean, I'm looking at stuff I can't someone near necessarily, but it looks like a hurricane came through. Not good. Not good, folks. That's what we just had pretty much in terms of the wind speeds. Hurricane force winds coming through Tallahassee. And I mean, we had gusts to 84 in the FAMU Weatherstem site. Had gusts well into the 60s at Tallahassee Airport, reported 66 miles an hour. And just a heck of a lot of damage. There's probably other sites that picked up stuff, but coming through so quick there, I mean, they might have lost power before they really read the highest numbers, or that data might be, something we'll be able to see, a little bit later on. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning now. This one's down toward Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor County, more for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Mayo, Cross City, over toward Tallahassee, Perry, Horseshoe Point, some of those areas that are vulnerable for Medallia, Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, Pineland, Shamrock, Jug Island, Cross City Airport, Old Town, Hatch, been there. You get the idea. Again, it kind of tells a story here, all these different warnings on the screen. In some ways, I mean, in other ways, you can make the point that it's actually even worse than that. So, again, I'm just trying to let you know the latest. A lot of lightning out there in Jefferson County. You see some of these areas here where we have some of the heaviest activity moving more into Madison County here and in northern Taylor County. I mean, yeah, areas here that were impacted by Dahlia pretty hard. They're going to be impacted by this too. Again, we're having to look way, way high up at the winds here, but it's going to be hard to know further east how much this has kind of changed in intensity until we get closer to that Jacksonville radar site. I know we have severe thunderstorm warnings like around Douglas, Pearson there, that warning in play. Valdosta, tornado warning, of course, for them. Madison, tornado warning. You see, Dale, you've been under a tornado warning here last little bit in Cook County. And I'm having to kind of switch around here, but maybe some rotation on the higher, but we're looking way high up. Everybody in these red boxes here just have to be taking their tornado precautions because we're not getting the views we're accustomed to here. Oh, are we up on Tallahassee now? It said it was up, but no, it's not. That's old data. Yeah, that's old data. And we don't have Moody's, so let's get back to the Jacksonville site. Again, very strong winds in here, it would seem. A loft we're seeing, but very well could be getting down to the surface after what we just had. Dangerous winds here. Just checking more of my radar images here from behind the scenes. Just a heck of a lot of wind in here, I would think, still. Gonna have power, as there's probably quite a few around Valdosta. Don't know exactly the extent of things, but Madison, gotta be very careful. And Hihara there, equipment, getting into all this. Again, trying to give you the latest. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here this morning. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch are on here to give you the very latest. I know. I'm going to just keep checking everything. Just having a lot going on here in the weather world. Very inclement, very dangerous weather conditions here. Let me go ahead and keep checking some more data. There's some parallel numbers. I'm trying to get an idea of some of these further east, but just a lot of issues in Tallahassee for sure. Again, just a really serious situation there around Tallahassee. There's just different videos of the issues they've had there going on social media. Maybe even some injuries there in Tallahassee. Just a really serious morning. Again, we're still with you here. Yeah, Tallahassee's really hitting all the headlines now in the weather world after it's it's really become evident what has just happened there. If you're just waking up very bad, some of the worst weather we've seen, maybe in a generation has just moved to Tallahassee here this morning. I mean, I don't mean to, just talk about, things in an overhyped way, but that's just what we just saw. I mean, the damage is just immense there on Tallahassee. I mean, this is rivaling hurricane type damage. I would think it rivals what happened in Hermine, which is just unbelievable to think about. I mean, this is a squall line we're talking about here, and we're talking about damage similar to Hermine. I was honestly not, I think I even mentioned here, it wouldn't get to that level. Well, it may have after, beforehand here this morning we're talking, but I mean, that's this is almost unprecedented for a squall line. This is something they're going to remember for a long time in Tallahassee. It just, really intensified at the wrong time and has caused immense damage there. Tornado warning's been updated there in Georgia. Okay, so Colquitt and Thomas have been canceled, but it continues for Berry and Brookscook here in Lowndes until 8:15 at 7:37. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from 8 miles east of Nashville, 8 miles south. Equipment moving east about 55 miles an hour. So again, that kind of tells the weather story here. We're still tracking this around Valdosta, but later on, areas further east will be getting impacted. Let's go ahead and keep looking. I mean, you have Madison, you have those areas there. Again, Valdosta going to be potentially impacted here. Right, some pretty nasty weather. Let's see if we can get some Madison cameras up if they're still working. Or even maybe something in Perry, but Madison might be. Right, where they go here at this point with the coverage, with the video, with the pictures, with the images here. Again, just, reports of, crashes there on Tallahassee too. So, in that Big Bend vicinity. So let's see if we can get anything up toward Madison. Yeah, there are some cameras. Let me just see if there's anything kind of facing the right direction here. That is facing west, so let's go ahead and pull it up. As some of these nastier conditions try to move on in. Florida 511 perspective. a live look at things. Again, some really serious and adverse weather moving through Tallahassee here this morning. Really dangerous situation. I know, just the weather really, causing big problems. I gotta imagine, Leon County schools and the like. I mean, let me see if there's any announcement that's been made yet, because can't imagine. I mean, you gotta just, you just gotta be in a spot here where, I'm probably not gonna be having classes today. I just hope the school buses weren't out during all this. Again, trying to give you the latest here. So, of course, the FSU, they concluded classes last week there. But it looks like, I'm just going to check some different things here. Looks like Tallahassee, just kind of watching their situation here very carefully. Just going through some stuff. Okay, there's a new tornado warning now for Lafayette and Taylor. Let's go ahead and get that up. I know. Yeah, that's all the way down toward the coast now. I think they're just trying to be extra careful. That's an area vulnerable because of Vidalia. We just don't know what's going on because of the lack of radar data. So Perry, take your tornado precautions. Mayo, take your tornado precautions there as well. Again, we have tornado warnings all up and down the line. That's more like what you had see years ago in meteorology when you didn't have as much information. They were just kind of broad-brushed tornado warnings, and we don't have as much information right now with the radars both being down, Moody Air Force Base and Tallahassee. So, and with all the damage being reported, damage like what we haven't seen in years toward Tallahassee. This is what has to be done at this point. I kind of think this is the right move here, as the tornado warning is south. Perry and Mayo to 845, Lafayette and Taylor. So that's over an hour that tornado warning's in play. You have parts of Lafayette, Taylor, Jefferson, and then Madison to 815. And then you have, it looks like, southeastern Cook, southeastern Berry, Lanier, Lowndes, and southeastern Brooks counties, and to 815 as well. So, again, very nasty weather moving on through here. Again, always watching things here in our 62 counties. It's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family here. Just see if there's any more questions or comments here. I know. Let me go ahead and check here toward our covered map now. Again, we're in Bradford County, but you have the worst of this out toward the west right now, moving very quick, but it's going to be a little longer here, a couple more hours probably, until it gets toward Bradford County. So keep that in mind. But again, just continuing to watch things. Let's get back on over. Again, trying to give you the latest. So a thunderstorm warning for parts of Brantley, Charlton, Clint's Coffee, Pierceware to 815. Again, trying to give you everything you need here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in size hail. As we look up that way, you can get a little bit better look at that, because Jackson radar, you can start to see things better off of the velocity when you look that far out. Probably a little bit of rotation out here we need to watch as we get southwest to Pearson, northwest to Homerville. as we continue to track all this. Normally we used to switching to other radars out here, but we can't. So Valdosta, again, that's because we're not getting anything from them at this point. They're down. Lowndes County, Valdosta, you need to be in tornado shelter right now. There may be some rotation visible all the way from the Jackson radar, but that is a loft. But even if, you know, we're just trying to go off of that, you still need to take those tornado precautions here, because, you know, it could be even worse down toward the surface. So, again, moving through Perry, getting some nastier winds there, it would seem. May want to see if we can get any Perry cameras. There's some pretty good ones down there. We saw that during hurricane coverage last year. I know, just continuing to track all this. Continuing to give you the latest. I know we're using our computer here pretty hard this morning, but looks like all those cameras in actually around Perry are down now, so not what you want to see, obviously. Actually, they might have been down for a while as I looked at them. They might not be. Maybe that's more about because of the hurricane. Now after the fact, they're not being, you know, maintained with the live stream, but nonetheless, trying to give you the latest here on what's going on. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Trying to keep everybody safe. Again, all these red boxes, if you're in any of these, you need to take your tornado precautions. Interior room, away from windows. Important to do that. You don't want to mess around considering what we've already seen out toward the west here. I'm just going through some stuff behind the scenes right now. Trying to give you the very latest. Let's get back on over to some of their views. Trying to let you know what's happening. Again, we're on Waycross in Winter County. And they're going to be getting some pretty strong winds coming in here soon. Down toward the south, we have all these tornado warnings. You need to be in the interior room, away from windows. Make sure you're taking those precautions. And reading some of these tornado warnings here. 741 update Lafayette and Taylor until 845. 740 severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado located along a line extending from 12 miles north of Perry to 30 miles northwest of Tallahassee, moving east at 70 miles an hour. So again, just continuing to watch things here down in that area. Definitely important to do that. Further up to the north, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Madison, moving east at 60 miles an hour, northwestern Lafayette, northeastern Taylor, and Madison counties. And then the tornado warning in Georgia includes Valdosta. Make sure on Valdosta you're in the interior room away from windows. Tornado warning effective 8:15 for southeastern Cook, southeastern Berrien, Lanier, Lowndes, and southeastern Brooks counties. At 7:37, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from 8 miles east of Nashville to 8 miles south of Quitman, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Valdosta, Ray City, Moody Air Force Base. The impact's been impacting them here over the last few moments. It would seem Lakeland, I-75 at exit 16, and then Lake Park here. If they're not already getting into it, they'll be getting into this soon. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, getting back over to some other views here. Yeah, we gotta be, you know, if we're around Lake City or Stark or Jacksonville, the time might be now to charge some devices up here in case you lose power. So, I know, you know, I tell you what, as I'm looking at this, let me go ahead and make sure I'm charging something here in the Weather Center, just in case we have to go to our backup system, in case this is a little bit more ferocious than, you know, what, you know, we're hoping it's just, you know, 60 miles an hour or less with the winds, but since we're not getting the best wind data, there's a chance this could still be almost as strong as it was toward Tallahassee, and if that's the case, then, well, we're going to have a lot of power outages around here, so. My kind of voice might trail off for a second. Again, just bear with me. Don't normally have to do this when we're on the air, but I don't want to take a break right now. I think we need to go ahead and make sure everything's ready to go. Just in case here. Just in case we lose power. Again, just making sure we're ready to go. Yeah, okay, they just issued a new warning at the Jacksonville office going with a considerable damage tag for a severe thunderstorm warning. Columbia, Gilchrist, Hamilton, Swanee, Clinton, Eccles, and we're at 8:30. So that's kind of the storyline there right now as we're looking at things as we get further on out. So definitely going to cause some damage here, it would seem, as we look further off to the east. If they were to go to 80 miles an hour on this warning, then we'd be talking about it going off on folks' cell phones as if it's a tornado warning. Of course, there could end up being tornado warning needed within all this, but we might not see that here too clearly at first, and we could even still have just tornadic-like conditions, you know, this here, you know, with just the winds anyway. So again, nasty, nasty winds out here. And you see, I mean, aloft at least, we were real close on radar. That's why we had so much confidence earlier. We're way high up, so we don't know if these winds are reaching like this now. We're not getting some of the reports, but we're not in the spots where you have the best reports, you know, in terms of the sites either. I mean, aloft we're seeing winds at 80 or 90, but we were seeing them really close to the surface to 100. That's why we were so adamant about people needing to take shelter back to the west. You very well may be seeing winds that are very severe down to the surface right now, but again, just continuing to give you the latest. Definitely some rotation there toward parts of South Georgia, Clinton, and Atkinson counties. Again, you see all this wind coming in. Again, just monitoring the scenario. Again, zooming on out. And then going to the other view. See the temperatures out ahead of this in the mid-70s. 74 where we're at. That's primed for some severe conditions. The instability, you know, picking up. We saw right at the coast earlier of it. You know, and some of the tornado parameters are there, but you know, this isn't, you know, January where you're going to be lacking in stability here. This is May, and we have a lot of that here in the Florida counties. You see some rotation, but again, it's going to be hard to know exactly what's going on. You actually see more than the one I was pinpointing, but again, just make sure you're taking tornado precautions in here because we're not in the greatest spot on the radar to know exactly what's going on down toward the surface. Again, a lot of winds there around I-10. It would seem. I know we're not getting a lot of the camera views. They're down right now. Speaking of things being down, let me check power outage numbers again. Should have updates by now further on off here. I'm just going to try to check here. It looks like a lot of the ones aren't really populating on there. So let me go ahead. It's like City of Tallahassee. 64,133 customers in the dark. Talquin, let's get an update on their numbers. Looks like right now the power outage details 21,633 in the dark there. Not what you want to hear, not what you want to see. Just checking some more information behind the scenes here. Bear with me. Going through everything. You see all these red boxes. These are all tornado warnings. Take your tender precautions here. Interior room away from windows. Just continuing to watch the situation progress here. Very, very active morning. And very serious morning around Tallahassee. If you're just waking up, we have seen some of the worst severe weather we've seen in years, if not a generation. That's how bad it's been toward Tallahassee here. Just trees down all over the place. Such a tremendous event there, and not in a good way. It's really nasty weather. Trying to keep you up to date here. Okay, so you have Live Oak, you have areas of Lake City here in this severe thunderstorm morning until about 8:30 a.m. You gotta be on guard here for those 70-mile-an-hour winds. Charge those devices up as we're looking out ahead of this. Gilchrist, Suwannee, Western Columbia, Hamilton, and Eccles, West Central Ware, and Clinton counties until 8:30. But in the tornado warnings further west here, parts of Lafayette and Taylor at 8:45, Barron and Brooks and Cook and Lanier and Lowndes 8:15, Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor at 8:15. Again, a very evolving weather situation here this morning. I know we're beating it, the storyline over and over, but Tallahassee has been hit hard, very hard, by this severe weather this morning. Just conditions that you really, outside of a hurricane, I don't think I've ever seen toward Tallahassee. And even in weather history, I'm just trying to think back. Never seen anything quite like what we've seen toward Tallahassee outside of a hurricane in this widespread of a manner. The indications are severe. We're talking about over 80,000, yes, 80,000 electric customers in the Tallahassee area in the dark right now. We had a gust of 84 miles an hour reported at FAMU. Again, and now this okay. We just had a gust of 62 at Perry. So if you're wondering if these winds were producing or not, well, they're still producing. They're still producing some problems. Sure, they're causing some issues toward these communities here. I know we're tracking everything here for you. And this wind is just going to be coming on in here. So let's just assume 60 to 70 still with us. Maybe not 100 right now, unless you get a quick spin-up tornado, which we very well could have had in here. We just can't really pinpoint them right now because of lack of radar data. He's going to have to broad brush this and take sector all within the red boxes and even these yellow boxes as well. Again, this is moving. This is a very fast moving line for area 2, which I think, it just has a lot of momentum with it. We don't get a line that moves through this fast very often, and it's helping to really bring the wind down toward the surface in a serious way. Again, we're with you here. It's almost the top of the hour. We may take a quick break here pretty soon to catch our breath, but I want to make sure I get past the top of the hour. Going to check some more. This is a situation where we could lose power here and we may have to go to our backup system. We didn't have to do that during any of the hurricane coverage over the years, but I need to just make sure that our other system's ready to go. We can jump to that in a pretty short order here if we end up getting, the power to be knocked out. So Stark, charge your devices up here, my friends. As we're looking at things. So this is moving east at 55. So I'm just I'm tracking some things off here. It's maybe only about an hour away from Stark now. Only an hour away from winds that could be very serious. So if there's any loose objects out there right now in your yard, you have maybe, let's say, 30 to 45 minutes around dark to get them secured here before this wall of wind, that's what we at least saw in Tallahassee, comes on into the picture. So Gainesville, you have 30 to 45 minutes to get everything secure as well. Lake City, you don't have too much time. It's more about just charging your devices probably at this point, since you're under the warning. You don't want to be out here and getting caught off guard if it comes in on you too quick. There's some lightning out ahead too, so you don't have enough time in Lake City probably. But if you're in Stark and Gainesville, you have a little bit of time to get your items secure out there. You know, I'm talking about a light, loose weight type stuff here. So, or you know, that's what I'm saying. Loose stuff, lightweight. You get what I mean. But again, just continuing to monitor things. I'm gonna go ahead and keep looking. 71-hour winds, tornado possible, tag out toward Lake City. Again, reiterating, immense damage around Tallahassee. You know, hurricane-like damage toward Tallahassee here this morning, toward Leon County, toward our state capital here in Florida. Immense damage in that vicinity. The report's still coming in. Over 80,000 folks in the Tallahassee metro without power. That is severe. That is severe, folks. I mean, I'm counting Talcum. Some of those are, you know, outside the city a little bit, but in that immediate region between them and the city of Tallahassee, over 80,000. I might actually, if I do the math now, that might actually, yeah, that takes us over 85,000. I mean, so if you take some of the ones out there in the areas a little outlined from the immediate metro, then 80,000 probably does the job, give or take. But again, we've been on for a while because this is some very serious weather. I mean, that's winds aloft. I mean, but it kind of shows you the overall forcing with this, even though you're not getting those type of numbers now where Tallahassee is an issue with the radar, and Tallahassee's had already been a ongoing issue with the Moody radar. So, Mayo, you're getting into some of this now. Make sure you're inside and away from windows there. We're going to move in Live Oak, inside, away from windows. Jasper, you have Fargo here. And then again, Stark is about an hour away from, I mean, we don't know it for sure because, again, we don't have all the data, but it's not something we can rule out, or we, you know, can't rule out hurricane-like conditions around Stark and Gainesville and Jacksonville. You got a tad more time even in Jacksonville, maybe like an hour and 15 minutes before it comes on in there, hour and 30, but make sure you're getting everything in, you know, those lightweight objects here, those loose objects here, get those in here in short order so they're not blowing around and, you know, as projectiles here in this situation. So again, really nasty stuff. Again, Tallahassee has been hammered. I can't say it enough. Very severe weather moved through there. I know we didn't get a lot of video from the Florida 511 from there, but I'll see if I can re-rack the little that we did. If you're just kind of tuning in and just want a little sample of what happened. This wasn't the worst of it, I'm sure. I'm going to see if I can re-rack some of that Florida 511 video that we had up there for a few moments there, probably an hour ago or so. It's just a one-man band, so maybe take me a second to kind of get that on up here. I'm going to try to re-rack that. It was very tense here in the Weather Center an hour ago. It's still maybe pretty tense in some neighborhoods right now, though, as I'm kind of talking to you guys here, talking about things. I'm just going to see if I can re-rack anything. I didn't have it up for long, so maybe kind of hard for me to do on the fly here, but I'm just going to try. There we go. Okay, I see a little something. Yeah, around Capitol Circle. We did not have it up for very long, but let me just see. I'll just see if I can kind of get that up for everybody at home. Just if you're waking up, if you weren't getting up, you weren't up right at 7:01 or so and saw what type of wind we saw. I mean, this will just give you a sample here. So I'm going to go over our traffic system here in just a moment, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and switch that on over. We'll go ahead and do that, I think. And it's going to be from radar from a little earlier. But yeah, this is from earlier coverage here. What I'm showing you, the sound's not on it, of course, but you saw the velocity. They had all this bright wind there on that. But then this is the camera shot at Capitol Circle. It looked like a hurricane moving through, and that was not the worst of it here, folks. That's what we were seeing about an hour ago on the Florida 511 perspective. Again, this is from earlier. If you're just waking up, I mean, this is just a little sample of what happened before we lost that camera shot. So again, just re-racking that. You didn't have it for like 20 seconds there, but again, this is a current view now. Again, just coming back on over. Just coming back on over here. We have the tornado warnings here. Lafayette and Taylor at 8:45. Berrien, Brooks, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes at 8:15. Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor at 8:15 there. So, again, we had immense winds blow through Tallahassee. We had hurricane gust reported there at FAMU, and 84 miles an hour. Power down all over the place. Trees are down all over the place. Power lines are down all over the place around Tallahassee. So, again, a very, very, very severe situation where Tallahassee got absolutely hammered with hurricane-like conditions this morning. I cannot overstate that enough here. I mean, you generally, in severe weather, you can overstate stuff. I don't know if I can overstate what happened here in Tallahassee this morning. This is, this may be the worst non-hurricane event that Tallahassee's had weather-wise here. I mean, at least in a generation, but maybe even going back longer here. I mean, maybe few generations. I mean, that's how bad this was. There are initial indications of an injury, at least, probably, just based on what I've seen, probably more than one, but there was some video accidents on social media of somebody being hurt during the storm this morning that pushed through Tallahassee. So, again, just not good at all. Waycross there. You see lightning around there in Ware County. We did see a couple of tornado warning boxes go away, but they're technically still going to go 8:15. But we're going more on the severe thunderstorm side. The winds are just very severe. That'll be moving on into winds aloft. They're telling the story here. They're really telling the story. Again, that just tell you, and these storms are just moving so quick. It's pushing all that wind down to the surface and causing problems. It was really intensifying too. The accident was when it came to Tallahassee. We had all those different spins, and I mean, I saw at least 3, but some indications on social media very well may have been 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time there over Tallahassee's vicinity. At least 2 of them in Leon at the time, 1 coming in, and then maybe another one even was a little bit weaker on the debris detection at the same time coming in. That's just almost unheard of, but I mean, a lot of the damage on Tallahassee probably, you never know, it's going to depend on the surveys. We didn't have the greatest view of it right when it was in Tallahassee, but a lot of that might have just been the really extreme winds and not a tornado, but there could have been embedded tornado damage here and there. It's going to be a mess for the surveyors there from the office in Tallahassee to kind of distinguish between and figure it out. But again, just trying to figure the situation out. Been on for a while. Again, we'll probably take that break here in a moment. Catch our breath here. We still have the 1 tornado warning at 8:45. Mayo, make sure you're inside and away from windows. Okay, at Tallahassee Center, I know they've got lots of reports of damage around Tallahassee. It's too soon to determine whether winds or a tornado are responsible, but there should be more clarity as the day progresses. But they have to focus on the active weather that's still ongoing right now. They got to make sure they keep their, I'm just going to add to it, they have to keep their warning, process here going. They can't just stop to see what happened in Tallahassee. They got to keep warning people out ahead. And right now that includes areas in Lafayette County, especially. Even Dixie County got to be careful, too, here in their jurisdiction. A lot of the areas further east, of course, are Jacksonville. But, and I mean, looks like Tom Brown Park area, snap down trees. I mean, that's like one first damage report coming out of there on our system. But it's just going to probably start flooding in one after another. Okay, they canceled the tornado warning for Lafayette and Taylor. So right now, more about the straight line winds. Doesn't mean there couldn't still be a quick embedded tornado. But I know one thing I do see on here, and I think it'd be even more obvious if we were closer on radar, but the way this line is defined here, that indicates some serious wind potential with this. I think if we had a crisper radar shot of this, maybe from Moody, it would probably not even saw a lot of this out ahead. But that generally indicates you just get the winds really quick down to the surface and they cause problems. So again, we're checking here, power outage numbers still. Talcon, 21,701 customers in the dark. Again, looking there for city of Tallahassee, 64,729 customers in the dark. Again, really bad situation. We're just going through stuff. Just trying to let you know. Again, Live Oak. It looks like there's going to be some serious wind coming into your neck of the woods right about now there in Suwannee County. Lake City's not too far behind. I don't know exactly what we're getting, but based on what we've already seen in the reports, they're going to have a lot of problems, I would think. Hopefully they're not as bad as Tallahassee's problems, because those are, almost off the charts type bad. But again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to give you the latest. There's problems all over the place around Tallahassee, just everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's a problem after what has happened there. Again, over 80,000 folks without power in the immediate Tallahassee area. 80,000. Again, that rivals hurricanes, folks. If this was an event, you're probably scrolling through social media and wondering what just happened in Tallahassee. I tell you what, let's see if we can pull that up. I can't sell like social media, but my point is I can sell you the old radar frames before the radar went down there, and we can kind of loop this through. So this is what we saw. I mean, on radar, maybe this view didn't even do it justice, but you can kind of see how we just go from nothing to red real quick, and then we lost the radar information. Hopefully the site itself wasn't damaged, but then we're just going to look. I mean, you can see we're starting to pick up there. I mean, I was questioning that tornado warning earlier on, and then we just saw right here, this is 650. I mean, you just saw this wall of wind where we see winds right near the radar like I've never seen before. I mean, really. I mean, this is just, horrible. These winds, and they were aiming right for the most populated areas here. 90, 90, 100 mile an hour. I mean, that's 104 mile an hour picks, 654? These are picks of 107 miles an hour there. And then we watched that go on through. You saw the rotation, and we kind of lose things because it's so close to the radar. But backing this up again, let's go through the debris detector. So you had debris. I think that was debris there. Let me look. Yeah, that was, I think. Apparently there's a fourth one. Maybe back in there. It's hard to see. I didn't see it live. It's well on the air. Okay, there we go. I think there it is, right in there. That was some debris, maybe. No, great spot. So maybe it's just a 3, but 1, 2. Those were 3 tornadoes on the ground simultaneous with 2 of those in Leon. That was in Leon. That was in Leon right there, and that was headed for Leon. So that was at 6:50 this morning. If you're just waking up, and damage, as I mentioned, on Tallahassee. That was the view at 7:04 when the last radar view came in before that went down. We got to go to this radar now. That line, honestly, still on reflectivity looks, really powerful. So I think we're going to have a lot of power outages here. That's going out too. So charge your devices here in North Central Florida, Northeast Florida. You've seen what happened to your neighbors in Tallahassee. It is severe. Hopefully we don't get it that bad here, but I can't rule it out, especially because we're not able to see the exact winds. We did get a gust over 60 in Perry, so you just never know here. Charge your devices here. Stark. Lake City, you don't have as much time, but you can still do it. Gainesville, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, charge your devices here. It's important. St. Mary's, Georgia, charge them up. Be prepared for extended power outages. We're going to have them in Tallahassee after what just happened there this morning, I'm afraid. I'm talking about maybe for Tallahassee, just, it could be a situation where tomorrow people are still without power. Even the Mother's Day on Sunday, folks are still without power. It will be cooling down after all this, so that'll help at least in the aftermath of what just happened. But again, we're talking about extended power outages around Tallahassee from what has happened there. Okay, so Live Oak, Valdosta area's gotten to the worst now in town, but you know, the Air Force Base site, radar site area, they're still getting it. Mayo's getting it hard in Lafayette County. Looks like stuff around Waycross. Did that warning just go away? They may issue a new one on that, but we'll kind of watch the progress here. We'll kind of watch the progress. Just looking here. Okay, got a couple more wind gust reports in from Tallahassee earlier on. Everything was happening so quick. I wonder if they came through our system when. No, I think they just added them here just now. 68-mile-an-hour gusts at the Tallahassee Forestry Center earlier on. 71-mile-an-hour gust reported at Cleveland Plaza there near the state capitol. So, I mean, and again, I had a gust on the weather stem. I saw it at 84 at FAMU. Okay, they're going with an advisory in Georgia right now, which is good, but the instability isn't as powerful up there right now. You see some wind energy around Waycross, but we're going to have a lot more that's to the south. I mean, you see the wind back behind, and that's actually getting down to the surface in some areas. It's just hard to see, but since we don't have an active tornado warning, we still got very dangerous weather. I just want to catch my breath for a few minutes here. We still got to treat this as a very severe situation, though. A very adverse situation for folks. We may be kind of, granted we don't get a tornado warning before then, from 8:30 on, we may have to be really, unless things really weaken down, we'll probably have to be talking, you know, almost not totally continuous after that. But I think we're going to catch our breath of 8:30 unless something really ramps up. Now, Lake City, you need to go ahead and start taking those precautions here, because this is headed for you guys in Lake City. This wind, Live Oak's getting hit now by this wind, but Lake City, it's headed for you. Fort White, it's headed for you. Bell, Trenton. Some of this before we get back on our next update. Of course, with a tornado warning, we'll jump back in, but some of these winds could be like a lower end tornado. Some of them in Tallahassee were like a lower end tornado, quite a wide area of those tornado-like winds coming on through and causing problems. So, a lot of different wind reports. So, we'll be back at 8:30 unless we need to jump back in sooner. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect here as we're looking further out to the east. Looks like we got some gusts down toward the coast here, too. I didn't catch that earlier, but we had a gust of 73 there at the St. Mark Lighthouse as well. So, we got to be careful. Hopefully, our friends in McCulloch County are okay after what has gone through there. I know a lot of the focus, almost all the focus, I've had to have it on Leon because of just the immense damage, you know, and at least one injury based on social media information, maybe more. Would be surprised if it wasn't more at this point. So, okay, we'll get an update from Storm Prediction Center. Before I take that break, okay, they're saying wind damage, hail, and an isolated tornado expected with this mesoscale convective system, this MCS, as it moves east-southeastward across South Georgia, and especially we're talking about northern Florida, though, in my assessment. And severe threat could impact parts of north central Florida later this morning, and they're going to watch that area for additional watch issuance. I don't know if they're talking about maybe extending things down toward Orlando, or maybe going to a tornado watch. And now at this point, probably just stay with the severe thunderstorm watch, I would assume, on here. But again, I'm just kind of checking the different layers here real quick. I know the latest radar shows a well-developed mesoscale convective system over southeast Georgia and northern Florida, and this MCS will continue to move east-southeastward toward the Atlantic coast over the next couple hours. And the dew points are in the lower to mid-70s. Let's pull those up. There you go. That's really high. And we're talking about issues here. We have a lot of energy. In addition, we're talking about the radar. The VWP has sheared near 50 knots, suggesting the large-scale Bowen line segment may remain organized, and wind damage will be possible along the leading edge of the more intense line segments. There's also storm relative velocity, which appears sufficient for an isolated tornado threat with the rotating cells embedded in the lines. We've got to be really careful here this morning. This could be a very rocky, very serious morning here still in north central Florida, northeast Florida. You got to be really, really careful here. New severe thunderstorm warning parts of Alachua, Baker, Columbia, Gilchrist, Hamilton, Swanee, Union. That's for Florida, and Charlton, Clint, Eccles, and Ware until Georgia until 9 a.m. At 8:18, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Homerville to near White Springs to near Cross City, with winds at 60 miles an hour. Lake City, Trenton, Lake Butler, White Springs, Bell, Fargo, Worthington Springs, Stephen Foster State Park, Itatuckney Spring, and Columbia. We got to watch for the embedded tornadoes. The hail to an inch, but then the wind to at least 70, a possibility in here. That's your newest warning. Getting close to McClinney through Lake Butler and just west of Gainesville. I know you have areas like Newberry, High Springs in there. You get the idea. Zooming on out a little. Just go ahead and keep giving you the latest. So that's kind of storyline right now. We'll be back in about 10 minutes unless we need to jump back in sooner. Very severe damage around Tallahassee. And we have the potential for some more dangerous weather to be moving through the area here this morning. Stay tuned and stay safe, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with us at the bottom of the hour, tracking some really nasty weather moving into toward the Lake City area right now, among other places. After we again had this terrible weather event toward Tallahassee earlier on, I know Lake City's getting here right about now. As we look at things there in toward Columbia County, some stronger winds here getting down to toward the surface, no doubt there. I'm sure we'll start getting some more readings here from that area that might kind of give us an idea of just how bad things are. But the way this is going at it almost makes me think that Lake City to McClenny to Jacksonville may get just a tad worse than areas south and north. But you just never know here at this point. Things can always change with this alignment. So it could be pretty bad and start Gainesville and the like. But this is kind of, that generally would have a tendency to maybe get a little bit more wind down toward the surface there with that type of signature on the Doppler radar algorithm. So let me go ahead and check some more things. I know we're getting questions about places like in toward Central Florida. There's definitely a threat down there, but it's lower than what we have up here, probably by a good bit. But talking about outside of, like, you know, Levy, Marion. Levy's, by the way, Levy is under a warning right now. Just if you guys are wondering, they're at home down toward Bronson. We're talking about Williston, Chiefland there, Williston, Highlands, you know, East Bronson, Fowler Bluff, Andrews, Williston Municipal Airport, Manatee Springs State Park. That's kind of the storyline there as we go ahead and track things down in toward the region. I know, I'll go ahead and zoom back out just a little bit. Let me go ahead and keep looking, keep tracking. I know, I'm just going to go ahead and keep monitoring all the different updates here as they come on in. Getting some more traffic camera images set up here to see if we can give you anything here on the view, just to kind of let you guys know what may be going on here. A lot of the sites are down, quite honestly, but I'll see if I can pull one up here. It may be a little out of head still, but try to give you an idea of what's going on to some extent. There's one viewpoint there in toward the region as conditions deteriorate. Again, watching this event come on through here, just immense damage around Tallahassee, as we've alluded to, just thousands, you know, tens of thousands, around 80,000 customers in the dark without electricity. Okay, our latest severe weather risk update, let me go ahead and see that. So it did get extended a little in Central Florida, but, you know, North Florida here, the enhanced risk, you see Stark to Gainesville to Jacksonville, the 3 out of 5 danger here. Palm Coast also in this. A little bit of southeast Georgia in here as well. I know, as we look at things, and they did go up on the tornado risk after what happened toward the Tallahassee area, where we had literally at least 3 debris signatures, at least 3 separate tornadoes on the radar at one time, in addition to just the wall of the wind that came on in. Hail risk not too high, but there's your wind risk. That's there pretty high as well. So again, just continuing to watch. That is your primary risk, and what is driving the overall, you know, risk. That's 3 out of 5, the enhanced risk danger. So again, just continuing to check everything here. Just continuing to give you the latest. You did see how some of that was getting a little bit more down in Central Florida now, but I'll pop that up one more time. So they may do a little local extension on the watch here. It gives you a look here. I know we're looking, some folks are asking closer to Orlando and the like. You see there, the wind risk kind of drops off more down there, but more on Jacksonville and toward North Central Northeast Florida is really where the danger is. Again, looking at things right now, it's actually not horrible in terms of the number compared to some of the reports I've been getting earlier. Gusts to 46 at the Swanee Boys Ranch, so could have been a lot worse there in the war. Maybe a reading from that area, but there's maybe other readings that are going to be a lot higher. You never know here at this point. I do hope that stuff did weaken out some more compared to what we were seeing earlier on. But you just never know here. I mean, these velocities are still sent up really high on the radar. Very well, we could be getting a lot of the wind down toward the surface in spots. I know 47 miles an hour at the Suwannee County EOC. This is showing up really strong on radar, but we're still 4,000 feet up, so it's hard to see how, much is reaching down yet. We'll just have to look at the damage reports. 50 mile an hour gusts at the Suwannee County Airport. It's going to keep going through everything. Okay, I know Leon County has a lot of outages, as we've been alluding to. And now Suwannee County, ooh, wow. This is some new information in our Suwannee County. Over 80% of the customers in Suwannee County are without electricity now. So they've taken a hit around Live Oak. Then 20,225 customers in the dark, according to Powder.us. So over 80% in the dark in Suwannee County right now. So I suspect Lake City's getting absolutely hammered. I mean, this is still verifying. I'm afraid here. This is going to be, I mean, they are a little more vulnerable because of Idalia, but already over 6,000 out in Columbia County. The number's just going to keep going up, I'm sure, here as we're looking at things. I mean, that's even on the southern flank is where they cover, so that may be a problem for starting in, too. I mean, I would think it'd be a little bit worse up in here, but I know that covered area may vary some, but and the numbers we get in, it might take a little while because they're having trouble getting in on Powder.us stuff out of Leon, but I have that on other sources. But we did get a gust of 58 on the weather stem in Hamilton County in the last few minutes. That's kind of telling me that this is still stronger up in here. So, if you're in Jacksonville, you're in McClenny, you're in Stark, St. Augustine, you got to really be prepared here to lose power for the rest of the day. I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, some areas toward Tallahassee are not going to get their power back on today. They're not going to get their power back on tomorrow. Hopefully, we're pretty much back, restored by Sunday there in the state capitol, but toward Mother's Day. But again, just continuing to watch things here. So that tells me we weren't sure how much this was verifying for a while after it verified so terribly in Tallahassee, but that many folks out in Suwannee County tells me we got to treat this very seriously still as we look here. That's blowing out so severely. I mean, I got to wonder if we're getting winds even. I know the reports here is maybe because the winds are so widespread, but I got to wonder if it may not be a bad idea for them to just go with an 80 mile an hour warning. If they're not going with tornado warnings, if that's not justified, just go with 80 miles an hour that people are getting the alerts on their phone, because you don't generally get that many folks to lose power with. I mean, I know they're more vulnerable in Live Oak area, but because of the hurricane last year, but 70 mile an hour winds shouldn't, cause just almost everybody in the county to be in a blackout. But that's apparently what has happened there in Suwannee County now. And it looks like Lafayette County now. We're talking about, a good bit of the county, Taylor County, a lot of the county in the dark there. So, again, this is not good here, what we're dealing with. I know we're still a little ways away from where we're at here around Stark. I'll go ahead and pull up our camera. It's not going to show a whole bunch yet, but it's going to kind of show the conditions deteriorating here this morning. So I'll be watching there, but I know a lot of the traffic cameras have gone down. There have been issues with the radars here and the like. I mean, it did a great job, the Tallahassee radar, when the stuff was coming in, but then not really getting much out of it, since at this point it's not really the radar to use here anyway, because I'm kind of looking at things, further off here. I'm trying to see if that radar's back up, if you're wondering. While I'm zooming out, it looks like it's still having problems, but because there's some more storm formation out in that area to some degree, further back, some lightning still. This day's not quite over after this squall line. That's a good point to make, I think, because if you lose power, well, there's still maybe warnings later today. The threat's going to be lower, no doubt, but we could still have pop-up severe weather later on in the day, so just keep that in mind. And even the evening toward areas further off toward the east, if you're without power, you may still have to check in with the weather. Have those weather radios there. Have those no weather radios by you there. Have one of those with you. Have those batteries in it. So if you're without power, that's a good way to get warnings too. 47 mile an hour gust there, Suwannee Springs. 41 there in Hamilton area. A small community at Gina, I'm not sure to pronounce that. Genoa, maybe? Swanee Springs area, 5 miles east. That looks really nasty there on velocity north of Lake City, but again, I think a lot of this is nasty here. That's moving right toward Taylor, into Charlton County, even in Georgia here. So you just got to be on guard here for exactly what is happening, what we're tracking. Again, some very serious stuff here. As I go through things, as I track the overall scenario. Let me go ahead and zoom back out. We just continue to watch everything here for you. I'm going through everything behind the scenes to keep you guys informed. Again, you just got to be paying attention here. Just got to be really careful. Just an inclement day here for sure. These are going to be storms that are going to have a big impact on our different communities. And I've already had a really big impact on Tallahassee. Oh, wow. Okay, we just got a gust of 71 miles an hour now reported in Lake City, folks. This is not good. So I'm expecting now that we're going to hear about widespread power outages around Lake City there in Columbia County. Again, a report now of a gust of 71 in Lake City. Confirmed report of that happening. So that is not what you want to hear, and that means it's really imperative for you to charge your devices up here. Charge your devices up here as the situation goes on, as the situation does evolve. Toward the east here, I just hope you're charging them up, because this type of wind, you're more prone to losing power with this type of wind here. Coming on in toward your neighborhood, coming on in toward your community here. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal. It's some of the worst weather we've seen all year. Very well. I mean, Tallahassee is some of the worst weather they've seen in a generation. I mean, I don't mean to just state it here. I'm not overstating. That's how bad things have been there. But again, just continuing to track things here. This is definitely going to be bad weather moving on in here toward a slew of communities. It's just all about trying to protect you, all about trying to protect your friends, all about trying to protect your family. So, again, that's what we're trying to do here. Again, look at that gust there. We had a gust of 50 in Dixie County. So, even that southern side is producing pretty well. So, even Gainesville, you can't lay your guard down, even though I think it's worse to the north. But as this line just moved through here, that report of 71 coming in out of Lake City again. I wouldn't, mind the weather service here going to 80 on the warning just so we get this alert on everybody's phone. Yeah, they just did it. Okay, I guess they heard me. They just issued the destructive warning, so all the phones are going to be going off now. And like a lot to a Baker, Bradford. And I see mine going off. Well, that was right on cue. I see mine going off now with the extreme alert. So there you go. We have the extreme alert now here coming across in the phones. It's an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Alachua, Baker, Bradford, Clay, Duval, Marion, Nassau, Putnam, Union, Camden, Charlton, and where we could have hurricane force gusts in this wide stretch here. You need to treat this like a tornado's headed your way. This is very serious, folks. You don't see this in the morning here or any time of day or any time of year really around here, but we're seeing it right now. Hurricane force winds through about 9:15, are going to be a possibility here in this newest polygon. So let's tell everybody where this is. Folkestone, Hilliard, need to take this as if a tornado is headed your way. Widespread damage expected. Callahan, Briceville, McClenny, Taylor, Hugh, Lawry, Stark is coming right into Lake Butler now. Please be inside, away from windows. But in Bradford County, you have Stark, Hampton, Brooker, Keystone. You have Gainesville, Hawthorne, Micanopy, Archer. We've seen reports of roofs being lost in Tallahassee, and the winds to almost hurricane force in Lake City now. We could be talking about widespread destruction here in, a lot of cases. When I'm talking about destruction, I'm not talking about like just homes being leveled like what you'll see in a tornado situation in like Oklahoma. I'm talking about like power lines down everywhere and trees down everywhere. That's what I mean. So again, and we just and we had to get to 62 period just coming in as a report, but they're saying this is a destructive situation for Lake Butler, Stark, Gainesville, McClinney, Baldwin, and Hilliard. This is really a particularly dangerous situation now for Lake Butler, Stark, Gainesville, McClinney, Baldwin, and Hilliard. If you're anywhere near these communities, you need to take this as serious as you ever have taken a weather situation before. If you're like at a school, the kids need to be inside. They need to be inside and away from windows right now here. Again, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. You heard about areas where the destructive nature is tagged, but really Gainesville, Stark, Hilliard, Folkestone, Lake Butler, Keystone Heights, Callahan, Rayford, Worthington, Spring, and Melrose. Destructive weather headed your way. Get inside. Get away from windows. We'll have to evaluate things. If we need to evacuate where we're at here in the studio to get to a more interior room, we will. Hopefully we don't have to do that, though. But we're going to try to stay with you as long as we can. This is very serious. It reminds me of a line, this is worse, but it reminds me of a line 5 years ago that came through about this time of year. It was, I know, this looks a little worse though, quite honestly, but 5 years ago or so, I remember in Veterans Park we had that, here in Stark, we had that big limb down there, or part of a tree really, is what we were talking about in that regard. This looks worse though, based on what I'm seeing right now. Again, we didn't even get the worst of it here. I'm not, there were buildings damaged all over the place in the viewing area. Not as much in Bradford, I don't think, but, gotta treat this very seriously. As I look at this, I gotta, I kind of wonder, because that gust of 71 in Lake City is, on velocities, those don't match up as good as I would have thought. Like, it didn't look quite as bad near the airport as it is, so, let's just say Lake Butler probably got hit pretty hard right now, and now Lardy and Highland may get it even a little bit worse here in McClinney than Stark does, and in Jacksonville. Let me see what we got on our Union weather still. I know they're not going to be able to put everything in here really quick because they're so busy at the weather service. Let me just see what we have on the site there. Okay, so far only a gust of 38. That's still high for that site, but could be worse. But yeah, 835, a gust of 71 there at the Lake City Airport around Watertown. Again, I'm hopeful here that it's not going to be as bad as it was toward Tallahassee. I'm thinking it won't be. That doesn't mean it's still not going to be really bad, though. So again, we just need to be very mindful of what could happen. And almost, what will happen toward Tallahassee is a, event that doesn't happen, hardly ever. So, hopefully we don't see those type of conditions here all over the place. But in Duval County, this is going to be a pretty nasty here overall in terms of the weather impact. In terms of that weather impact here. As I check some of my information. I know if you're out there at the Keystone Heights RV Resort, may not be, those RVs might not be the safest place right now. These type of winds coming on in. Again, as we're looking at things, this is a very quick moving line, folks. I know warning in Georgia continues up here. That's for 60, only 60. Which, with all things considered, that's a lot, less serious, but still serious. But this is a lot more serious down here where we could have 80 from there, you know, far northern Marion County all the way up in towards southeast Florida with this. I think the focal point maybe, you know, from Columbia down to Baker County based on what I'm seeing in velocity, but that, you know, even northern Bradford, northern Union, I mean, anybody in this could see really serious conditions, but, you know, that's just why I think the worst of the damage maybe maximized is what I'm saying about that. So again, we're just going to keep looking here. We're just going to keep looking. Keep giving you the updates here. It's just really important. Really important to do that. Let me go ahead and zoom back out. I know. Just watching the latest here. Just trying to give you the updates. Let me go ahead and keep looking here. Again, let's go ahead and pull up a camera. So yeah, there's the dark skies. The darker skies here as the situation does advance. Definitely some nastier conditions coming on into the picture. Just be careful here. Again, looking in Baker County, you see all that wind there. McClenny, Bryceville, and in Jacksonville, or even Nassau County could really be in that, you know, really big area of concern. Got to take this seriously. Got to take this very seriously. Again, these are some very serious conditions here. You've already heard maybe what's happened in Tallahassee. There's just widespread damage. A lot of power outages in Suwannee County. Just not a good situation here. I know. Looking at Leon County, 66,607 customers in the dark on City of Tallahassee Electric. Let me check the Clay Electric numbers. So we're talking about now, let's see here, over 7,400 customers out on Clay Electric with, you know, most of those, a little over 7,000 out in Columbia County. This line is moving so quick into Bradford County right now. Moving so quick here into Bradford County. I do think a little bit worse of wind is going to come into areas like Lodi, maybe, but again, it could be the way the angle of the radar is heading. Again, this stuff's moving as fast as you'll ever see, which is part of the problem. This stuff, you know, moving through so quickly here that you're just going to have big problems as we're looking, as we're tracking. Again, just trying to give you the very latest here. As the situation does evolve, as the situation does advance here. Again, really interesting just to watch the overall meteorology of this. Let's get up to our camera set. I'm going to put that up in the corner as this is coming on into the picture. We can kind of watch the conditions deteriorate here. We're east to start looking back to the west. Again, watching this here move into Bradford County very rapidly along State Road 100. Again, the warning is for that potential. You know, we could have winds to 80, not out of the question. I do think the higher chance of that would be probably more up around McClenny and toward the west side of Jacksonville, and then maybe even ultimately into Jacksonville, maybe into Nassau County some more as we look. That's what I'm kind of seeing some of that stuff back behind. Had a little bit more of a nasty characteristic with it. I know as we look, Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Glenn County, severe thunderstorm warning at 9:30. Again, watching things up there. Just gonna watch the situation as it evolves. I know, already getting some marine warning this year out ahead of this. Just continue to track things here. Just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on. There's some really nasty weather coming on through, I know. You know, this isn't, you know, we have like a tornado warning, but it needs to be treated like a tornado warning in a lot of cases here. You just gotta be taking this seriously. Honestly, a little bit surprised by not seeing the Jacksonville market stations on the air with this right now. I know there's not a formal tornado warning, but these in some cases, I mean, especially I think in Baker County, these could be tornado-like conditions moving through Baker County right now. Maybe more damaging than a lot of tornadoes we see around here because of this. The overall setup with this being more widespread. So right around McClinney to Taylor, and then maybe up to Riceville there. You know, we're gonna have to really be careful. Have to be really mindful of what's going on. There is a little bit of weak rotation with that around Taylor. They may end up having an issue of tornado warning ultimately, but that's not, you know, the big deal is actually just a really dangerous wind pattern here. I know in southeast Georgia, talking about, you know, some weak rotation there as well in Camden County. Just kind of gusts to 54 around Trenton. 52-mile-an-hour gust at another side in Lake City. So those winds are even enough to cause power outages. But when you get 60, 70, 80, that's when you have a lot more problems on your hands. Checking my anemometer here. So far, gusts only about 17, which is a lot lower down, you know, 6 feet up or so. But we still could get a pretty high gust on it where it looked like I saw a flash there. Maybe it's just our camera kind of. It could be a lightning flash or it could be camera adjusting. Yeah, okay. I think I hear some thunder. So yeah, it seemed like the storminess. I mean, just, you know, it's coming in so quick. Let's go ahead and I think we want to go ahead and go full here on this. Again, the conditions deteriorating so rapidly. I mean, the radar once again is going to jump quite a bit here with the storminess. With the weather coming in, I know gust 47 reported around Lulu a little while ago. Just tracking the situation there. Look at my anemometer behind me. That's why I'm kind of, my voice might trail a little. But if we get our devices charged, if we lose power, we can switch over to our backup. I'm hoping we don't get that here. We've been lucky over the years, but you know, it's not out of the question. I think Baker County is getting hit a good bit worse, though, actually. Along I-10, I may start pulling up some traffic cameras up there, but we keep losing them because the winds get so high. You know, and when they do that, you know, before we really get the visuals, is when we're actually losing them. But just to 46 at the Columbia County Sheriff's Office. I mean, aloft here, not that high off the ground, we're seeing winds over 100 miles an hour around Taylor. It makes me wonder here, based on what we had in Tallahassee, if this is really the area. It's pretty rural. As this starts to come in, are we going to have big problems in Jacksonville? We very well may. Charge your devices there. Again, just to keep it on checking things. We're watching it again. The velocity may not be doing it complete justice here based on just the reports we've had. Let me get back over. We'll kind of double box again. For what it's worth, I see it warning way back in the Panhandle now. The Scambia and Santa Rosa. Look at that wind starting to whip though. Starting to get to really pick up now. I may need to go full on that. Let me go ahead and jump over there full. Look at the trees blowing around. This is some really nasty wind coming on through right now. You see those trees blowing around here in the Starkey right at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. There's potential for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. Hopefully we don't get that where we're at. I'm not going to see that on my anemometer, I'm sure, but right now I'm not seeing anything just overwhelming on it. But definitely going to have some power outages here in Bradford County. As we look at things here with this severe thunderstorm warning in play. Really nasty conditions here. Make sure you're inside a sturdy building as we're getting further over as well. Again, continuing to watch here, continuing to track. Again, I suspect the maximum on the wind is going to be in Baker to Charlton to Nassau and Duval. Because I'm seeing winds to 100 moving into southern Charlton now. Okay, there's a new warning they have issued now further off. They've gone ahead and went down a level on this. I mean, honestly, I think I would have maybe issued 2 of them here at this point, but there's trees blowing. It's really tricky, but I'll see that here in just a second as we continue to watch things progress. Let me get another view up. Okay, so they issued that warning to the coast and some area. They want 70 on it. I mean, to be quite honest, I think you could have went 60 or 70 moving to the south and the north, but I think I would have issued an 80 for Jacksonville and Nassau because of what I'm seeing in velocity. That concerns me. Some of those areas, I mean, some of that strongest wind looks like it's over an area to me that you're not getting as many sensors in. So if that gets over a more populated area, you could really have problems here. But anyway, you still got to be really careful in this type of setup. Nonetheless, here, I'm going to be taking this situation very seriously as it does progress. So, again, that's where we're at right now. I'm going to go and zoom out a little. Again, that new warning, let me read it to you. I hear the wind really picking up again. Okay, we just had a gust of 25, which is on a really low sensor here. You know, not too far off the ground. But this warning, 9 to 9:30, severe thunderstorms currently located along the line extending from near Hickox there to near Braceford, near Keystone, and near Archer, moving east at 70 miles an hour. Jacksonville, St. Mary's, Kingsland, Fernandina Beach, Palatka, Orange Park, Green Cove Springs, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Woodbine, and Interlochen there. Under that, considerable damage possible. Again, just continuing to watch here. Let me see if we're getting any reports so far out of Bradford County. It's moving through so quick, it's rapidly evolving. Okay, not sure if we're getting that, but let's get back on over to the north here. Again, Baker County, I mean, winds not that far off the ground are showing up over 100 miles an hour on our velocity product here. I mean, some of these pixels 110 miles an hour. I mean, you know, I would discount that more if we didn't have what happened in Tallahassee, but with that ankle in there around Taylor up into Tarleton County, you know, which is good that it's in Tarleton, some more rural zones right now coming up versus that could have been more McClinney, but you know, that could still be causing a lot of damage there, and that could head, I mean, it's still going to head into Nassau, which is, even if it doesn't, you know, it may get close to the airport too, don't get me wrong, but we kind of track this a little bit. Just want to get an idea of what's going on here. Did get a 30-mile-an-hour gust here recently now on our sensor. That's only 6 feet up, so extrapolate that out. That's pretty strong because our sensor doesn't normally get a gust too high. Again, you can see that blue there. Again, that is indicative of just extreme winds. Again, kind of going in a pattern like this. So maybe close to the airport to Callahan. You know, I hope, you know, that sensor there at the airport, it gets some pretty high readings already. If this goes right over them, I know that's going to really get a crazy number. Not going to be a good situation, and then it's not going to be a good situation in terms of damage to planes, possibly. I know there is an airport weather warning, and then weather service is there, too. So that's just really nasty wind-headed for them. I mean, it's only, 1,000 feet off the ground. We're seeing winds 104. Again, generally I would just count that a little bit more, but with what we already saw in some of these areas today, I don't want to discount that. I mean, I would say definitely could have a potential for hurricane force gust there toward that area. Looks like, as we're looking at our camera here, let me go ahead and check something real quick. Just looking at it here in another view. I might go ahead and pull it up full again for you guys. Let's do that. Okay, I'll go ahead and take the small one away. And let's go back full again. As we're looking at things around Stark and Bradford County. Again, monitoring the situation. The nasty conditions here. Again, this is one of the faster moving lines you ever see around here. I haven't got a whole bunch of round rain gauge from it so far though. Just a lot of wind problems here in some of the different communities. Maybe not as many in Bradford, hopefully, but we shall see. Christina there saying the wind bad in her area with it raining sideways, looking toward parts of Bradford County. So again, that kind of tells the story. Again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track. Just trying to give you the latest updates. Just trying to see, I know around Briceville, gotta expect quite a bit of wind there toward Callahan and that area. Okay, Clay Electric now reporting 11,207 customers in the dark, but the bulk of those in Columbia County, almost 8,000. Alachua County, 1,544. Baker County, 1,066 on that grid. 121 in Bradford County so far. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Let me see what else we have. Power outages was. Try to get some more updates. I know Suwannee, Lafayette, Columbia counties. I mean, a lot of outages. I mean, Suwannee and Lafayette look worse. And of course, Leon, we've already talked about them. It's just been, an absolute mess for those folks over there. The number keeps going up on the city of Tallahassee side. I mean, that tells you, we weren't even getting all the reports in earlier. 698 different outage orders there in the city of Tallahassee electric grid with 67,903 customers in the dark right now. And then let's go ahead and look toward Talquin. It looks like over there right now, 20,961 customers in the dark. You see a gust of 50 now around Gainesville, so that's still pretty significant here. Not as extreme as like we saw at Ward Lake City where we had over 70 on their sensor. I just, I'm curious what we're going to end up getting on the sensor there at the airport. At Jacksonville Airport there with that wind kind of pushing on in. It's already pretty high anyway. The worst may, be pretty close there, but look at our camera real quick again, but hearing some rumbles of thunder, but again, trying to give you the latest here. Just make sure you're inside and away from windows right now in this type of situation. Again, some very wicked weather moving through. Looking there, southeast Georgia, watching things. You have a severe thunderstorm warning up there. Let me go ahead and read over some of these warnings here again. That's a severe thunderstorm warning at 9:30 for parts that are Camden, Glen, Brantley, and Charlton. And then this warning here is that destructive one at 9:15. Includes Folkestone area and many areas further south, with some of the worst already moving through, but Keystone, Gainesville still getting. And then you have the warning out here for 70-mile-an-hour winds to 9:30. You know, you're watching areas like Jacksonville and St. Mary's and Kingsland, Fernandina Beach, Palatka, Orange Park there. I'll zoom out a little, but you have Woodbine and Interlochen here. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track. There's so many power outages around, more reminiscent of a tropical system in some spots, a hurricane in some spots, to be quite honest, like toward Tallahassee. Again, still watching the latest developments here. I know we're sitting at well over 100,000 in the dark in the state of Florida right now. Power just flickering where we're at, actually. Here it's just dark. But staying on at the moment. Still going to have rain back behind, but the leading edge here is where that wind potentials are greatest. I know you see the velocity, it makes it look different. I mean, back here you have it, but this back here is not going to have those type of winds. I know it still could be pretty gusty at points, but you're not going to have those type of winds where we're seeing the wind just absolutely, you know, whipping there. Temperatures cooling down some too, so we still have more potential later, believe it or not. I know that seems kind of weird, but it's going to be a lower threat, not a zero threat, that's for sure, but it will be lower. You can kind of see it's cooler back to the west, but you see that severe thunderstorm watch, they still haven't, you know, got rid of it for Tallahassee. It still goes to 11, and may end up seeing more extensions. I mean, we had a big line, but there's some stuff back way out here now trying to get going. Have to watch out for some flash flooding if that kind of starts trending more like it looks like it wants to do. That west-east formation's not really a good one in terms of it's more favorable for flash flooding. 51-mile-an-hour gust there toward Gainesville Airport. Again, tracking things there. Again, looking at things. Just watching the overall progression here. I do think things are a tad bit weaker as I'm looking right now. The radar could be interfering with things a little, but I do think that, you know, we talked about how, you know, some areas, you know, may be worse than others, but the storms do look a tad bit weaker than they did here a little while ago, even as they were coming through Lake City. There could be some good news here, but still pretty nasty wind, still causing some power outages. I'm just going to keep looking at some things here behind the scenes. 336 Bradford County customers in the dark in terms of Clay Electric. So, again, that's kind of storyline there. Again, just trying to give you the latest. Again, just trying to give you everything you need here. Okay, gust is 60 there in Levy County. I know we don't have great radar cover down there. I did mention there was a warning down there earlier on, but gust to 60 was estimated. Okay, not reported, but estimated. But there were the fire department / rescue. But troubled trees have been down there across Chiefland and Fannin Springs, and one of those did fall on a power line. A gust of 40 at the University of Florida reported. I mean, if anything, you're seeing a lot of tropical storm force gusts. Again, you can definitely see there's been some decaying of this line now as we look, which is it's good news considering what we saw in Tallahassee this morning was it strengthening at the absolute worst time imaginable. I mean, just in so many ways there, the way that developed toward Tallahassee, you know, it's almost shocking. I mean, really, the way it happened, where it all came together. Again, really causing problems there. Again, just trying to give you the latest here. Just trying to get the updates on in. Let's go back to this mode here. Okay, some different updates coming in now. Roy add the Leon County numbers to the overall Florida numbers on Powder.us. We're now talking about 197,405 customers in the dark in the state of Florida. So that is a remarkable number and not a good number. Okay, so Leon County, we've been talking about those. Wakulla County, almost 8,000 out according to these numbers. I know, Leon, I've been looking at the separate ones because I know kind of the sites to go to, but for theirs and some of the different grids. But some of these, it's too tricky to try to get them separate. So we're just going off these numbers for like Wakulla, 7,949 customers in the dark there. Jefferson County, over 2,000 in the dark. Madison County, over 4,000. Taylor County, over 6,000. Hamilton County, over 3,000. Suwannee County, over 19, almost 20,000. Really high percentage. Columbia County, over 15,000. I mean, you have Lafayette problems. Union County, over 1,500. Baker County, 2,744 customers. Bradford and Alachua, you know, relatively low percentages at this point, though. So that's good news. Just continuing to watch here. Continuing to track. Okay, now gusts so far the airport at 44. It looks like back behind. Those winds are still strong, but it looks like they've gone ahead. They must think they're not reaching the surface there now. This has kind of become a little bit more disconnected. I mean, we've been tracking that area for a while, but, you know, on the leading edge there, you know, it's one thing. Right back here, I would still think that's reaching, though, a good bit. So we'll see when they get to the airport, because I think those winds could still be getting down there with the way the overall setup is. But I guess we'll kind of find out here toward Jacksonville Airport over the next few minutes. Gotta be careful still in that area. Okay, so several trees have been knocked down in Perry, we're being told, in Taylor County. As we get that information in, I mean, we're assuming a lot of this, though. I mean, we just know how nasty it's been toward Tallahassee this morning, toward Leon County. Okay, Baker County, a report of some tree limbs broken, shingles blown off. So that's the information coming in here. Thunderstorm wind damage up that way. Again, just trying to give you the latest updates. Trying to give you the latest here. Just trying to see exactly what's evolving. I mean, initially, I do think Bradford County has been kind of spared compared to some of the other neighboring counties here. But we shall see, you know, we don't have the full assessment yet. Still some pretty strong winds. I mean, a gust over 40 there. Let's see, was that a 48 actually? Okay, I thought that might have been 43, but 48 there toward Keystone Airport. It's still pretty high for them. I know that really seems to have decayed toward the south there. That part of the line is still producing pretty strong winds, but seems like we kind of lost a lot of the heavy rainfall on the leading edge. We only picked up 1/10 of an inch here, and I think that's pretty accurate. It did not seem like a lot of precip came from that, even though still had a good bit of wind. Still watching all that wind back behind. I'll be curious to see what we get at that Jacksonville site, because I feel like that's probably still reaching more than, I think that could still be reaching in the severe criteria back out there toward St. George and Bryceville. But things have definitely come apart with this line over the last little bit. I mean, they just got hammered there, as we talked about, toward Tallahassee. Up here toward Brunswick, toward I-95. You're seeing the heavy rain, gusty winds mixed on in. Okay, they have lowered the warning now to 60-mile-an-hour winds, so that's another step down there. That's more of a base than normal severe thunderstorm warning. It's still pretty serious, but and I still think there's a good bit of this wind getting down there now in some of the different areas I've been pinpointing. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to track, trying to give you the latest here. Again, the reason we've had to take this so seriously is because of what happened in Tallahassee. Is that radar still down? It is. So maybe can we still go back to the old data? We can. This is the last frame off the Tallahassee radar before communication was lost there with that site. I mean, I'm sure it's still intact and everything, but it's just a matter of the data stopped flowing through after all that terrible weather came through. You can see how well defined that line was in earlier. Let me take our thunderstorm warning super off here, just so people don't get too confused. Again, just kind of playing that on out for you guys. Letting you guys know what's going on. That's how I was looking earlier on around Tallahassee. Okay, so, and then velocity-wise, you could just see, I mean, it really, right close to the radar is when it just got crazy there. Right on them, right through town, right through the populated areas, the most populated. And then at one point, I mean, we had the wind come through, but at one point in here, make sure I'm pinpointing the right areas, and we had one tornado, we had a second tornado, and we had a third tornado all on the ground at the same time. So really serious stuff there toward Tallahassee earlier on. And then it's just what a morning, and a lot of the cameras going out. We did have one shot we were looking at there, though. Stuff was just really blowing around there toward Interstate 10. But again, that's kind of the storyline as I look back over there earlier. Let's get back to the current view. Okay, we did just get a gust of 50 at the airport. Oh, 64. Okay. And that's still not exactly, that's interesting, because that's another area that's getting a gust of 64 there. I was kind of thinking it might be the area further back there getting the higher gust. We'll see. Is that just from the last few moments? Well, it pretty much is. So again, just trying to give you the very latest. Again, trying to give you the very latest here. 64-mile-an-hour gust there from the west-southwest. So again, trying to give you the latest updates. You can see I-95 there, southeast Georgia. Some pretty gusty winds in that region. See what we're getting toward Duval and some other sources here. Let me go ahead and check here. Try to pull up some more information, as it's all about protecting you. It's all about protecting your friends. And it's all about protecting your family here this morning. Let me see if I can get a camera close to the airport. That'd be helpful to the viewers here at home as we're trying to give you everything on these damaging storms here as they move on through. Let me go ahead and pop this up on the traffic source. Again, you see the camera shaking around some out there toward the airport. I-95 North Airport Road. Getting a report of trees uprooted there or snapped, and even maybe a roof blown off there toward area 6 miles southeast of Taylor and Baker County. And then Camden and Glen talking about a new severe thunderstorm warning at 9:45, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. New one for parts of Alachua, Clay, Duval, Marion, Nassau, Putnam, St. John's, Camden, and Charlton till 10 a.m. now for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And Jackson 1AS, a gust to 59 miles an hour now. So, again, some pretty nasty conditions here as we're looking at things. You see the trees just blowing around there in Duval County right now. These are some very nasty conditions for these folks there around Jacksonville. Again, giving you guys an idea of just what's going on there at this point in time. At this point in time. Again, severe thunderstorm warning still remain in effect. Let's get back over on the Doppler. Again, watching velocity there. Really strong winds in the vicinity of JIA. Again, had that gust to 59 at Jackson 1AS. The Naval Air Station. Here's that new warning further down to the south and east. Again, trying to give you the latest. Trying to give you the latest updates. Camden and Glen. We're watching things carefully there in southeast Georgia. Again, a lot of light to moderate rain back behind. And then I'll go ahead and go to the broad view. Do that on the other source. It's cooler air, but it's not cool enough to prevent some more severe weather potential later on. As you're looking at things out toward the Florida Panhandle, the Big Bend region, you even see that warning way out there further. Have to watch for training of rain. Not terrible numbers so far though, but eventually we could get some more destabilization. A lot of this air back behind the immediate line that will be stabilized for a good bit though, which will be good. Gust to 51 there in Jacksonville weather stem. Let's see. I mean, it doesn't have an exact location, but it might pop up on here in a second. Still at 80, by the way, toward Mayport a little bit earlier, but now I'm sure it's cooling down. But that indicated a little bit of storm fuel maybe being added into the equation up there. Just checking more power added numbers. Again, just watching the progression of things. Again, trying to give you the latest here. Trying to protect you, your friends, your family. Okay, we did get gust here. Let's see. On the report system to the gust of 51 around Glen St. Mary. Earlier on, Keystone Heights Airport had about 48 miles an hour, and around Fort Carolina, gust in the 48-mile-an-hour range. There's that gust there. That's NAS Jacks, where they had some pretty strong winds I mean, it didn't take here, even the heaviest rain to get winds like that there. Kind of got lucky in that some of it still broke up a bit, but still getting some impacts as we keep watching, we keep tracking. I'm going to see if we have some more views of the airport road camera. And I got the 45 there. Parts of Baker County reported. So we're not seeing a whole bunch for the moment on this camera, but it may pick back up as I've alluded to. There you go. It's kind of picking back up right there. I think right on cue, actually. There you go. Seeing those trees kind of blow around again. Yeah, more of that wind coming to the picture. There in northern Duval County, Interstate 95. Again, just watching the progression of things there across the viewing area this morning. Gust to about 44 there toward 121 Financial Ballpark in Jacksonville. Looks like a gust to 43 around the University of Florida earlier. That's been a gust to 40 in the area around WJCT TV in Jacksonville. A gust to 54 earlier around Mayo was reported. Delayed report on some of this stuff, but a good bit across city. 51 miles an hour earlier on. So again, that's kind of the storyline right there. Again, just trying to keep you up to date on the overall situation. Let's pop that camera up one more time. Again, still seeing some of that wind blowing around there. Again, giving you the updates. Just trying to let you know what's going on. It's really important to do that here. I'm going to try to re-rack some stuff from earlier. If you were watching earlier, you saw it probably. It happened pretty quick though with the camera side. I was able to get up. So we were losing them really quick around Tallahassee, but I'll re-rack from right around 7 here this morning. We got that shot right around the interstate just for a moment. Kind of helped tell the weather story there. I mean, it wasn't, the most, just maybe the best view of it all, because it was even worse, I'm sure, in some areas, but just kind of telling that weather story for sure. Just telling that weather story for sure. Again, I know I'm gonna re-rack it here from the coverage. That's what we're seeing on velocity at one point, and then this is from earlier. There's no active tornado warning right now, but this is from earlier around 7 o'clock. That Florida 511 view around Capital Circle. It looked like a hurricane, and we were seeing hurricane-like conditions in the region. I mean, some of that's lightning maybe, but some of that's also probably power flashes. And it was worse more than likely in some other areas. So then the camera stopped, and that was that. But again, you kind of get the idea. That's what we were showing earlier on in the coverage. That was a Florida 511 perspective from around 7 o'clock this morning toward Tallahassee, where they got absolutely hammered. So again, just trying to tell you the storyline here of what's been going on, what's been happening toward Tallahassee. 68,114 customers in the dark over there. And that's on the city of Tallahassee's actual grid, 21,000 more or so out on Talquin. So that's a lot of folks without electricity. It's going to take a long time to get that power back on, and not going to be, completely clear weather today out that way either. Now tomorrow will be a lot better. Hopefully folks can have that power at least back on by Mother's Day into those backyards. But again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to watch the progression of things. The one warning, as we get further up, that goes to 9:45 around Brunswick. Some of that works, that wind's kind of getting more offshore. Looks like some of this wind here might, be getting down or Fernandina Beach or Mayport might start picking up on some of those sites there. As we look ahead, getting reports of trees down all over the place in Jefferson County as well. Trees down in the Wassissa area and the like. So, okay, what we're going to do right now, we're going to keep the coverage going here for a little while longer. I'm going to take a quick break and be back about 9:45 unless you need to pop back on with more. So 9:45, more coverage. See you then.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in Weather Center at 9:45. I know getting a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out here. So let me go ahead and give you the latest on that here as things do evolve. That is for areas there of Clay, Duval, Flagler, Nassau, Putnam, St. John's, and Camden until 10:15. Again, watching that damage and wind potential. So again, kind of how we're having to deal with things here this morning. I know Roy coming on through again. Tallahassee was just absolutely ravaged in some areas. I mean, this is a widespread event for them that they're not going to forget for a long time. But 21,042 customers out on the Talcon electric grid, but on the city of Tallahassee electric grid, I mean, we're talking about a much higher number. Sitting there at 68,173 customers without electric. Again, very high numbers. A very impactful event for them as we've been highlighting here. Let me go ahead and switch on over to some other modes. You see around Palatka right now, some pretty strong winds probably. This is going to make it a little bit harder to see at points, but St. Augustine, Palatka, just anywhere in here, you got to be kind of careful. I know we did have, looks like, some different gusts showing on up here. So still having an impact, even if it's not as well defined in reflectivity, and the radar gonna get, with the rain around it, gonna make it not look quite as well defined, but it has weakened some, no doubt. 54-mile-an-hour gust around Fernandina Beach. You see a 58-mile-an-hour gust around NAS Jacks. There was a gust there in Duval County, not far from Orange Park. It was in a pretty high range. I guess it was the, okay, I guess that's 59 actually. They rounded up. Or just rounded down. It's actually up on the other report, but you get the idea. So I know you see some more storming that's bad to the west, and what to watch here. I mean, that's actually kind of really developing now. Have to be kind of careful. We don't start getting warnings on that again. It may happen. I mean, we don't have the radar out of Tallahassee or out of Austin area, so they might have to start kind of over warning even a little bit, just to be on the safe side here. I know that I don't like how that's kind of from west to east either, because that could end up becoming a flash flood threat. So it's not over in Tallahassee here. I know right now it's just advisory to the west and none around Tallahassee proper, but I mean, I'm sure they're kind of just still trying to figure out what kind of happened around Tallahassee here. So, in terms of like damage and the like. So the Weather Service, I mean, they'll be watching for warnings, but they might not be too focused on issuing advisories as much in terms of like a significant weather advisory yet. But again, looking here, St. Augustine gust just now in the last 5 minutes to 47 miles an hour. So still some pretty high winds coming on through here. Let me see how many outages is in Duval. There's a gust to 52 just here recently. Fort Caroline. Let me go ahead and look some different outage numbers. Looks like FPL has a few extra now in Bradford, so that, not counting the city of Stark's electric, but about 10% of the county otherwise is in the dark. Lottewa County now is at over 7,000 customers in the dark, according to PowerOutlet.us. But let me check GRU to see if the number they have is a few thousand. Let me see if we have anything different on the actual site. It's actually gone down a little. That's good. Let me check GEA. I'll check it separate, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on. Let me go ahead and check that separate here for Duval County. Again, just trying to watch the situation for you. Okay, well, yeah, no, it looks like we're not getting updates here in the last little bit out of JEA, but earlier it was showing no outages, but that's not accurate. Again, just continuing to track things. Still getting quite a bit of wind in here, even though things aren't as well defined. I mean, we talked about, with the rain around the radar, they're not going to be as defined, but also it has weakened some for sure. You'd be getting 70 and 80 type readings in here with all these different sites if it hadn't. You can see around Fernandina, though, 54-mile-an-hour gust. Still a lot of 50 type gusts. We don't get this many 50 type gusts here that often around these parts. If you kind of look from, you know, north there into south. Okay, just got an update on the watch here. I know you see a lot of that trim back out of like areas of north central Florida. So that's some good news. We see it further back now because of that line kind of reforming. So kind of a weird situation. Again, just continuing to track things. Again, just watching all the different alerts. Just the 48 around Yulee here in the last little bit. Watching all this action, gust to 48 in Arlington and Duval County. May check the Melbourne radar. I'm just curious to see what it's showing. Curious because I want to see if there might issue a warning for flag, or it's hard to say at this point. They might. Not a guarantee though. Again, just going to keep tracking the scenario. Again, always interesting to watch the nasty weather move through. 47-mile-an-hour gust there toward St. Augustine. We've already seen that on our screen. 47 toward the Briceville area, Nassau County. Yeah, Nassau County there. Huguenot Park, 46 miles an hour. So widespread tropical storm force gusts, but again, we saw some weakening with this. I mean, we had winds. I mean, recorded at least to 84 at FAMU on the WeatherStem site there, and you know, we're seeing winds on radar that are right there at it. I mean, over 100, and the damage would kind of show that. I mean, with what I've been seeing, and just the overall nasty nature of things. I know, just, you know, the widespread issues there. The tornadic activity even showing up too at points. At least we haven't had any tornado warnings for a while. Doesn't mean we haven't had some embedded action later on, but at least we haven't been seeing those for a while now, which is helpful. Again, just continuing to watch things. I'm just trying to give you the latest here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Again, I'd say we'll be wrapping up soon. I hope we will be, but we got to watch this stuff out west. I mean, sort of looks like it wants to re-evolve on us. Now, the temperatures are a lot cooler. Maybe it's more of a hail threat. You never just know exactly. We don't have the tornado parameters out there. We're doing some supercell. And we have some instability that's kind of more to the south. We are on kind of the edge of it. I mean, let's kind of look at this here. It kind of is trying to aim southeast. So eventually if it taps into that at the coast, it probably kind of re-strengthens and gets us some warnings. Okay, we're getting some more information in now. Going with an advisory right now for Flagler County at about 10:30 is the Weather Service. And then it looks like Jacksonville NAS there. Okay, we had a report there. 59-mile-an-hour gust. We've been kind of talking about that. But then Mayport had a gust of 66 here. It looks like. And now a report of a 73-mile-an-hour gust on a Jacksonville WeatherStem site in Duval County. So these have been some pretty nasty winds coming through at points. Kind of random in here. So 73 miles an hour right toward downtown. That was at about 40 after the hour, so about 15 minutes ago. So even though this stuff wasn't as defined on radar, it wasn't as strong as it had been. You know, as we were looking further west, we still, with some of this, got gusts of close to hurricane force coming on through there. So I know I was looking at JEA numbers, I wasn't seeing any outage information, so I wonder, I know there's some outages in there. Wonder why that is exactly, but again, just trying to give you the latest. Yeah, apparently people are even commenting there are some outages in the region, even though not exactly showing up right now. I know, watching some heavy rain, gusty winds in here. And then out west, I mean, you start to see some strengthening. Well, that stuff's going to have a little more trouble getting down to the surface, but eventually it very well could. You just got to remain on guard further out toward the west. I mean, some of these areas just kind of adding insult to injury, really. As we look there toward Tallahassee, I mean, you see toward I-10, we have the rain, and it's going to come back into downtown here. And, you know, there's some roofs off of homes and the like, no doubt. And this is what radar was, we were looking at stuff earlier on there. But, I mean, you're going to have water coming on in on people's property, a little bit more so. So problematic. I mean, if you have time, you don't have a lot, but if you have, you know, the time to do it right now, you may want to try to get a blue tarp up. You know, if it's, you know, if you don't hear the thunder rumbling, so that might not really, you know, honestly, at this point, it might be a little too late though. But I mean, because it's already starting to encroach upon you. So again, just looking at things here, looking back toward the east. Different gusts. I mean, we had gusts over, you know, 60 there on Huguenot Park in Duval County. And definitely some nasty winds there coming on through. You know, as you zoom out, you see a warning way back in Mississippi now. Kind of a train of this that concerns me. We had that blast foot emergency last month, and this little train of moisture here is not exactly what you want to see. The rainfall amounts aren't going to be accurate in some of these areas, but getting that to really pick up there from west to east. If that starts getting over Tallahassee, that's going to be an issue. That's definitely going to become an issue. Again, just continuing to watch the situation. Tracking it as it evolves. You can see that rain coming down further back. You don't have as much wind though. Like towards dark. Just be careful on the roads, slick roads. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Alachua, Clay, Duval, Marion, Nassau, Putnam, St. John's, Camden, and Charlton being expired out. But another warning there, areas of Clay, Duval, Flagler, Nassau, Putnam, St. John's, and Camden till 10:15. Is this polygon here toward the east? I know a lot of the worst of the winds have already kind of moving out, but kind of back that up a little. Move it forward. Trying to give you the latest. Just trying to give you the latest updates here. It's the top of the hour. And believe it or not, even though they got really hit really badly around Tallahassee, there's more storminess that could end up going severe and or getting flood alerts with it coming back into the picture out there toward I-10. So we'll have to keep tracking here the situation. I think we're getting close here to switching this over to a radar stream for the time being, but I'm going to keep it going because, you know, I have a feeling we may end up having to come back on here. I know we still got at least a few hours before. Like, there's some different limits sometimes on some of the social media sites with the different streams. And actually, I just gone ahead and canceled the warnings. So we don't have any warnings for the first time in hours. So kind of right on cue, I guess. But you know, they have the different limits for some of the streams. You know, you can only go about 8 hours or so. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get a loop together here, and then I'll try to set that in maybe a little bit. I may have trouble using the loop actually because the way the Tallahassee radar went down there, it might kind of play tricks on that. I'm seeing the loop through now to see if it's something I'll be able to use or maybe not be able to use. I may just show it once and then I may just use it still if I'm not able to get a good view of it because of the lack of data there for a little bit. As we're looking further off toward the west. Okay, I guess it did get enough data in there. I can use the loop then. We'll have to progress into things, so we'll pull that up. Still hearing thunder where we're at here. It's just dark. I'll take the temperatures off for now, but those might be something to pull back on here later. We'll see as the situation progresses. So we're just gonna go to a radar stream, and if we need to come back on, we will. Of course, you know, I might also end up, you know, having to just jump on later on a different stream, but I'll leave this stream going for a while on Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and cloudweather.com, and I also have radar over there at cloudweather.com/radar. I know I still have that severe thunderstorm watch in place, so we're just going to continue to watch things here as the situation does develop here. I'll kind of just, as people are tuning in or tuning out here, I'll just remind everybody about that in the corner. And may have more warnings, so just got to keep it here to cloud weather. We'll keep you up to date. I may move this back just a little west. Not much, but just a little bit so you can see things a little bit better as they try to come back into the picture. So again, that's how we're going to leave it for now. Right back in if and as conditions warrant. But what a terrible morning. If we get really lucky and don't have to come back on here, I think we probably will. But if we don't, just to recap how terrible things were toward Tallahassee. So many folks in the dark there toward Leon County. I mean, city of Tallahassee grid there, so 68,000 or so customers in the dark. Talquin, their grid, over 20,000, about 20,761 in the dark. I know there's power outages in Jacksonville too, not to that extent, I can't imagine, but not getting a number in right now on that, but definitely some issues there with some pretty high gusts in Duval, not to the level of Tallahassee, but still pretty nasty. So I will be here as needed for now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back on the stream right now, 11:46 here, late morning hours of this Friday, this May 10th, 2024. I know they're never going to forget it in toward Tallahassee after what happened there with just a widespread damage. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now toward parts of Franklin and Wakulla counties here until about 12:15 this afternoon. So let's go ahead and kind of look down here a little bit. At about 11:41, a severe thunderstorm located 13 miles northeast of Carabel, moving really southeast here. And we're talking about Alligator Point, St. Teresa, Turkey Point, Ball Point, Panacea, Wakulla Airport, McIntyre, and Curtis Mill potentially being impacted. So that's kind of where we're at. It's more probably about the hail than anything. I mean, there definitely could be a little bit of wind damage, but that hail threat looks pretty high right now. That'd be the more favorable environment here as we're looking in terms of that potential actually reaching versus the wind potential reaching over there. So that's something to look out for on St. Teresa there as we're right near the coast. So something to kind of keep our eyes on there. There's also now, and I'm going to take our warning information off as I move this over, but we have a significant weather advisory now as we get further over into toward north central Florida. Strong storm accent here toward Union County. I know we don't have a watch in play, but we're going to watch this accent in general. Gusts around 40 miles an hour are possible going southeast at about 50. So again, something to kind of keep our eyes on here. Something to monitor. We're just going to have to kind of see how things do develop on us here as the overall scenario does go along. So again, we're just going to keep on looking here. I know that's the strong storm accent, I-75 being impacted as well. I know we have a lot of power outages across some different parts of the region. Looking here though toward the coast, you do see again St. Teresa some severe weather potential there with some hail. I know the threat's lower now as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline compared to what we were earlier on. I know I had a question about when is this going to be in Central Florida here. Well, that's going to be as we get toward the afternoon. I know the models weren't really trying to depict this too well, but this should make its way down there. It may strengthen a little bit because it is warmer down there, but it's kind of iffy on the forecast. But it should get something down there later on this afternoon in Central Florida. So that's something to kind of bear in mind. As I know the Tallahassee power numbered, every time I look, they go higher and higher. I mean, some of it's just a report, so weren't getting the system, but we're talking about 71,587 customers in the dark. City of Tallahassee Electric, 718 different outage orders there. Just on the City of Tallahassee Electric. On Talquin, looking like right now 19,178 customers in the dark. And then JEA, I know, in Jacksonville, they got hit pretty good, unfortunately, too. It's not to the extent they got hit in Tallahassee. A lot more folks there. And we had damage that seems to be more manageable, but it was in the 40,000 range, now 28,865 customers in the dark as of 11:42. So still a good bit out, but the overall percentage a good bit lower than what we saw there out toward Tallahassee and Leon County. I know schools there, they had to go ahead and just close them. So many were out there in Leon County of power that they just couldn't have class. Some are out 11 schools without power in Jacksonville area, but I mean, we're talking about dozens out toward Leon County. So causing big problems there. Also looking toward Suwannee County, according to Power.us, still is tracking last little bit, 17,852 customers in the dark. So definitely kind of telling the story. Definitely kind of telling the story here as things do evolve. Again, we're just going to keep looking here. I'm going to go ahead and switch one over to weather mode. Again, St. Teresa area, some hail potential here. This is headed toward US 98, I honestly think it could be just a bit bigger than quarter size. That's what the warning's for. I don't know if the wind potential is really reaching too much in there. This is more of a hail environment. I mean, the temperatures are pretty cool out there. So that's kind of what I think it would make more sense that we'd be tracking down there as we kind of look. I know temperature-wise, you can see 60s. A lot of these areas to the north, 71 in Perry. You can see a little bit warmer down toward like Ocala, 79. Do have the Tallahassee radar back at least now, so that's good. As we continue to watch the situation here, again, just breaking on in. I know I'm going to keep the logo red for now, but especially so many people without power toward Tallahassee. Make sure, as I go back to the Broadview, make sure you treat those intersections as four-way stops there where the traffic lights are out. Very important to do that. I know it could be, through the whole weekend, really, before really most of that power gets restored toward Tallahassee. So there's really just bad damage there toward even area there at the circus on the FSU campus. The tent is completely blown down and damage toward the baseball stadium, Dick Hauser Stadium as well. So a very significant event here. One that, I mean, in terms of, severe weather outside of a hurricane, this might be the worst they've had this whole generation. I mean, we had the flash flood emergency last month, but this more widespread power outages are just going to linger on here with as many trees and power lines that are down. I mean, just all over the place outside of a hurricane. And I say outside of a hurricane, but I was mentioning earlier how some of these power outages look a lot like Hermine in 2016 when you had that western eye wall come through. Well, this moved a little bit quicker, but the winds are pretty similar, I would say, as they came right on through the most populated area. It's right there early on rush hour, too. I mean, there have been some indications of some injuries even, so don't have any reports of anything really, solidified on that. Haven't seen any reports of fatalities, but just not a good situation here toward Tallahassee. Just a really big deal. A really big deal. I mean, we had 3 different debris signatures at one time indicating tornadoes on the ground, too. This may have been kind of a mixture of straight line wind damage and tornadic activity, but I mean, because velocity was just so on a swath there of winds, maybe upwards of about 100 miles an hour coming into Tallahassee. And we did get a measured gust, an actual anemometer at FAMU to pick up wind to 84 miles an hour. There's been some in the 70s there recorded in terms of gust, even some more. I know we had a gust at the airport, I think it was 66 miles an hour there, so a really significant event there. And a lot of traffic cameras going down, and I'm sure some of the anemometers went down too before they were able to really send that data out. But again, with the highest type of numbers at least. So tricky situation here as we're looking at things. I know it's weird too because we look at this up North Florida. I know we only got, as we're looking towards dark, I look back last 12 hours, but I mean, we didn't get near as much rain as other folks, about a quarter inch, maybe get some more here coming on in. North and west there, coming down to the south and east. You see some stuff in Union County. There's actually fire risk down towards southeast and east central Florida today. I know, kind of tricky where some winds, some lower humidities can cause issues. That's kind of strange when you think about it. When you think about it like that. So let's go ahead and go back on over here to look outside. We actually see it's looking a little bit better right now, but more storms coming on into the picture. So kind of something to look out for. I have to make sure these don't go severe. Again, we're watching. We're tracking. We'll keep on checking. I know it's not overwhelming there, but we'll watch and just to make sure we're giving you the updates. And this storm getting off the coast now and toward part of Franklin and Wakulla. So not a situation where we're going to be doing half-hour cut-ins or anything, but I wanted to pop one for a few minutes for that warning. We had some more updates on what happened in Leon County. I mean, a really big deal. Again, power going out a while. Make sure you treat all those intersections there with those traffic lights out as four-way stops. Very important. I know it's a good thing that FSU isn't in session right now because it's that influx of students there, or if this was graduation weekend, they probably have to just go ahead and cancel the graduations, to be honest. I mean, at least postpone them. So at least we're not in that type of predicament. But again, I mean, the schools, having to send the students home or have them be picked up at least toward Tallahassee, toward Leon County public schools there. Again, this is a really nasty situation. Okay, we did get a report of golf ball size hail at Alligator Point there on Alligator Drive. So that's something to kind of make note of for sure as we're looking down toward the coast there, toward the coastline. I know that's in parts of Franklin County. So again, just a really nasty situation here. Just a really dangerous scenario. More so with the wind, though, obviously, than hail. But golf ball size hail, pretty big deal at 11:53. And this really starts to, get out over the water over the next few moments. Some more action back behind. I know you can just see here some of that wind potential, but as we get further on over toward the south and east, severe thunderstorm warning there in place still, but again, a lot of the worst of that's kind of getting off toward the coastal waters. Again, such a big deal with all those power outages toward Leon County, all the schools that don't have electricity there. Just a pretty nasty scenario overall. I mean, it's just, not what you want to have to deal with, obviously, as folks, they're going to be picking up the pieces in some cases in certain, different examples there. I mean, there's been like cars thrown, good distance here based on some different social media reports as well. So a really serious situation this morning toward Tallahassee. We'll see, they break down, but I suspect some was probably tornado damage, some was probably straight line of wind there in toward Tallahassee. So pretty big deal there as we're kind of giving you the updates. Let me go ahead and switch back on over to another view for a second, but then we'll go back outside. You see the darker skies already kind of taking back over as we look back toward Union County. So that's kind of interesting there. We're just going to keep on looking here at the situation and giving you any updates as they are warranted. I'll keep the stream going, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap this update up for now, I think. But again, just all the different issues there in Leon County this morning. Just really hoping that folks are going to end up being safe here in terms of not having anything, worse than just minor injuries like what we've been getting indications of. So again, thanks for tuning in for now. I'll keep you updated, break back in if needed. But let me go ahead and kind of get this loop going here again. I know it takes a second to load some of those images on in here, but you kind of get the idea what we're dealing with. I know, just kind of watch the situation evolve here and just kind of see the progression of things here in the overall environment and the overall parameter space right at the top of the hour. So for Thursday morning does still continue a little longer for a little bit of Franklin and McCullough, but that's not the focal point really now because that's getting over the coastal waters. I know, just really picking up the pieces in Tallahassee. There's so many folks in the dark, could be without power for a couple more days here in some cases. I mean, we talked about just, there's numerous electric customers in the dark. 72,000 or so at the last check on the Tallahassee electric grid. So that's a lot of folks here in the dark. Again, just be very careful on those roads. Try to avoid going out if you can. I know, I know different things, even next week in terms of different events and, classes could even be impacted around the Leon County area. So just to keep everybody in the Tallahassee area in your thoughts and prayers. I'll be back here if and as needed on the stream. Just keep an eye here still for that rain. Some of those lightning strikes around whenever thunder roars. You want to go indoors, and they just canceled that super thunderstorm warning. So right on cue, that's good news. No longer any warnings in effect here for any of our land areas. So that's the good news. But I'll be back here with more updates here if and as they are necessary.